G'day, May 40 here. So I got my just desserts this past 10 days. I signed up to get a flu shot and a COVID vaccine. And normally these are essentially free. Or I'd go to the pharmacy and they'd be like $10. But now, thanks to the new Trump administration, thanks to Bobby Kennedy as the Health and Human Services Director and the, in my view, subpar people he's put on the vaccine panel, the flu shot was going to cost me $100 and the COVID booster was going to cost me $225. So I passed. And my biggest concern with this new Trump administration would be a lack of competence. I think this demonstrated itself most clearly in the pick for the Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth. I think just completely unqualified, and the pick of Robert Kennedy Jr. to head the Department of Health and Human Services, and or the accompanying health and picks that this Trump administration has made. I have pretty conventional views with regard to medicine and health, and I think overall people dominating our health profession did a pretty good job during the challenge of COVID, and I think that pretty much all the vaccines approved for use in the United States in the past 20 years have been awesome. And however, I think if I was a U.S. Senator, I still would have voted to confirm all of Trump's cabinet picks, even though I didn't like them, for the sake of unity and for the sake of giving strength and cohesion to this second Trump term. So I'm willing to pay this price. I think it's possible that Bobby Kennedy was an important part of Donald Trump's winning coalition, that you win in politics by expanding your coalition, bringing in what I often think is this crazy Maha movement. If bringing that into the Trump coalition helped significantly Donald Trump win in 2024, then I'm fine with that. I'll take it. So what's the point of this? I guess I'm trying to anchor myself in truth. I remember once in therapy and context, I spent much of my time in therapy bemoaning my inability to stay connected with, and to deepen my connection with the people, many of the people that I loved the most. And the way that I would needlessly give offense to people as I passed through life, particularly the people that I most wanted to connect with. I was just continually offending them. It was incredibly self-destructive of me. And one time in my therapy, my therapist of 10 years on and off said to me, well, I think if you came from this gentle place that you're in right now, that you'd do a much better job at connecting with people. And so I want to come from that place of truth, right? I was watching these videos on how to connect on YouTube, and I really want to be good at this. Right? I want to be a star. I want to do the very best possible job intellectually, cognitively, emotionally, technically that I can on this show. And it was in my teens that I started watching TV. We got a TV when I was 14 in my home. I became particularly a fan of Dan Rather and his anchoring the CBS Evening News, and I wanted to take on that kind of role when I grew up. But I never demonstrated much talent for it. I was in radio for years, but there was always this huge disconnection between the words that I was saying and what I was feeling. And when I'd follow Roger Ailes' advice of watching myself back on video with the sound off, I almost never found myself compelling because of this huge emotional disconnect between what I was saying and what I was thinking and feeling. And so I watched these videos on how to connect on YouTube, and there was this one point that just struck me. Keep your cognitive load as low as possible, because I typically go into a show just absolutely cognitively overloaded. I want to make this point and this point and then follow up with this point and that point. And so because I was so cognitively overloaded, I wasn't emotionally connected to what I was saying. So a few weeks ago, I deliberately tried to go into the show with as smaller cognitive load as possible and to anchor myself in one particular state or feeling or stance towards the world and towards what I was going to talk about. And I noticed for the first time when I watched that video back, I found it compelling to look at myself with the sound off. Don't know if anyone else experienced that. So I want to come to this show. It's largely going to be about Charlie Kirk with an appropriate level and understanding of my own brokenness. And this isn't self-flagellation. I know it may sound to you like, oh, I'm flagellating myself. But when I speak truth, when I speak fairly, even if it's uncomfortable, I feel good about that. That actually raises my self-respect. And there are a few things that I want more than to raise my self-respect. And so if I can just come from this place of truth and recognition that there's something broken in the way that I relate to people, and I do so many live streams, I do so much online because there is something broken in the way that I relate to people in real life. And I want to use that brokenness and use that defect in myself, this miswiring in my physiology, to try to be of benefit to other people. And Charlie Kirk was incredibly successful. But there's something broken in the way I relate to people. So how the heck do those two topics correlate? Well, often on my blog and in my online commentary, I have a repulsion against sacralizing people after they die. I just think we should try to be fair and to tell the truth about people when they're alive and when they die. Now, I would never, God forbid, go up to someone who is grieving and try to tell them the truth about their loved one. All right, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about public comments. So if you say something publicly, then you're fair game, I think, for public criticism. So I've had friends who would say, hey, why didn't you contact me privately to discuss that criticism that you made of my public commentary on XYZ topic? And I point out, look, you said this publicly. I am responding to what you said publicly. I'm not confiding anything that we shared privately. So what is said publicly, I think, is fair game. And I have this picture in my head of myself as a brave truth teller. I would not put so much effort and time into what I do online, right, if I did not have this huge understanding, this huge stance of myself as a brave truth teller. And I had a friend who cared about me and tried to bring me down to earth. And he said, look, if you really were as brave a truth teller as you see yourself as, you'd be dead by now. Someone would have killed you. And we do have an effect on how other people relate to us, and we can't provoke people so that they want to hurt us. And it's an iron law of life. If you hurt people, even when telling the truth, even when doing it for a good cause, they will find a way to retaliate. And so when there have been people who've died, I'm thinking of an editor at the Los Angeles Times around the year 2004, Frank DeLomo. And after he died, he was praised to the heavens as this Latino trailblazer of the Los Angeles Times. Now, I'd never heard of him, so I did some research, and I found that his writing was mediocre, and I couldn't find any work of his that was stellar. And it bugged me that he was being praised to the heavens as a Latino trailblazer when the quality of his work was mediocre. And there are many stellar, fantastic, great, amazing, transcendent Latino writers. Why is there so much praise for this one particular mediocre Latino writer and editor at the Los Angeles Times simply on the basis that he was Latino? And with regard to Charlie Kirk, I recognize that the left has reason not to be thrilled with any sacralization of Charlie Kirk. The right often says Charlie Kirk was a happy warrior. And let's take that assumption as true to have an interesting discussion. Charlie Kirk, happy warrior. But that is a recognition that he was a warrior. And he was a warrior for a particular partisan side, for a right-wing, generally MAGA approach to politics, and to an evangelical Christian approach to life. And if your hero system is in conflict with that, it would be weird if part of you was not glad that a foremost opponent of your hero system was now dead. Now, I would think that most people would understand that it is really ill-advised to publicly celebrate an assassination, even if you feel happy. And I don't begrudge people anything that they feel, and I don't begrudge people in the privacy of their own friendships, confiding that they, for example, have this socially inadmissible feeling, such as they are now glad that Charlie Kirk is dead, because Charlie Kirk stood for something. Charlie Kirk fought for things, and it only makes sense that if he fought for things that you were passionately opposed to, that you would feel some joy at his passing. But what kind of bubble do you have to live in to think that it's socially appropriate to then celebrate it? I don't recall people publicly celebrating assassinations until this year, until first the assassination by Luigi Mangione and now the assassination of Charlie Kirk. And it seems weird to me. I need to understand, why do doctors, lawyers, professors, people who are highly educated and in prestigious positions, why do they feel that it is socially appropriate to publicly celebrate the demise of Charlie Kirk? It just seems incredibly ill-advised.
We're going to say what CBS, what CNN wants them to say. They don't book O'Reilly, they don't book Goldberg, they don't book any dissent, there's no discussion, there's no debate. So they bring in a guy named Jamie Raskin, one of the biggest Trump haters in the country, all right, a congressman from Maryland, and Caitlin Collins, their anchor, who's gone very far left in the last year or so. All right, she baits Raskin the way they always do every night. Roll it.
Well, it's absolute corruption of government, and it's absolute violation of the free speech rights of the people and of the media. And this is really taking us back to the days of King George, where it was a crime to insult the president. They didn't like what Jimmy Kimmel said about Donald Trump.
And then Barack Obama gives a speech shortly after Charlie Kirk's death, and he lists off a whole bunch of partisan hit points. So I think that public figures, public behavior, and public statements are fair game for criticism, but you should strive to be fair. And Barack Obama did not do that. I thought it was quite ill-advised that he would instead devote himself to reciting a whole list of hit points against Charlie Kirk. Right, you're going to criticize someone? Right, should strive to put things in context.
Earlier today, he spoke yesterday at an event that I don't believe was on camera, but here he is. I want to play a fair amount of it for you so you can see where President Obama is coming out on all of this. This is President Obama talking about Charlie Kirk and extending the presumption of grace. Number 4, please.
Look, obviously I didn't know Charlie Kirk. I was generally aware of some of his ideas. I think those ideas were wrong. But that doesn't negate the fact that what happened was a tragedy and that I mourn for him and his family. He's a young man with 2 small children and a wife who obviously, and a huge number of friends and supporters who cared about him. And so we have to extend grace to people during their period of mourning and shock. We can also, at the same time, say that I disagree with the idea that the Civil Rights Act of 1964 was a mistake. That's not me politicizing the issue. It's making an observation about who are we as a country. I can say that I disagree with the suggestion that my wife or Justice Jackson does not have adequate brain processing power. I can...
Right, these are 2 gross lies about Charlie Kirk. And it would seem quite ill-advised to come out with these hit point, talking point, deceptive, deliberate mischaracterization about what Charlie Kirk said at this time. Or any time. I think it's a horrible thing to do when Charlie Kirk's alive.
I can say that I disagree that Martin Luther King was awful. I can disagree with some of...
Guess what? There are many ways that Martin Luther King was awful. There are many ways that Martin Luther King was great. There are other ways that he was mediocre. There are ways that Barack Obama was amazing. There are ways that Barack Obama was awful. There are ways that all of us shine. And there are also ways where all of us stink.
The broader suggestions of that liberals and Democrats are promoting a conspiracy to displace whites and replace them by ushering in.
And unbelievably, the left criticized Barack Obama here for being way too compassionate and middle of the road in his reaction.
And illegal immigrants. Those are all topics that we have to be able to discuss honestly and forthrightly, while we still insist that in that process of debate, we respect other people's right to say things that we profoundly disagree with. That's
okay. I have so many thoughts about that. Brian, I saw you shaking your head. First, tell me why you were shaking your head during parts of that.
Oh, God. It's what I said before. It's, I worry about the voices that we sort of, if you will, Mark. I know that they're the voices that we want to be able to point to. You know what I'm saying? Because they're the voices that get attention. They're the voices with constituency, all of that. But it's like, at the same time, I'm like, wow, does it really play to everyone's, everyday Americans and what we're thinking in this moment?
Yeah. So I know that I don't need to look at the chat to know that some conservatives, some MAGA people will look at that and say they're troubled by two things: troubled by criticizing the other side and cheering. And Elizabeth, I guarantee you we'll see that on Sunday. I guarantee you we'll see on Sunday cheering at Charlie's memorial service at a football stadium. So what struck you about what President Obama said?
Yeah, I hadn't seen that clip. I'm actually genuinely surprised watching it. I'm like torn between this is what Barack Obama thought was the right thing to say, and this is what he wanted to say, because if he had said the decent thing, his own party would have criticized him. The cheering didn't start, by the way, when he condemned the shooting. The cheering started when he said, "But I disagree with Charlie Kirk."
Yep. Yeah.
I don't think, while the body is still cold and not buried yet, is an appropriate time for a former president of the United States to find everything he ever disagreed with from Charlie, most of which was taken out of context.
A great thing about having few responsibilities is that you're free to speak. And the more responsibilities you have, including being a former president of the United States, you would think that the more careful you'd be.
By the way, and tell the world that he disagreed with it. He is the former president. Everybody knows where he stands. He's a very big deal. I don't think that's appropriate or necessary. And I just think it's more proof that absolutely nothing is going to change. Charlie Kirk did not say that Barack Obama's wife or Justice Jackson doesn't have brain cells or whatever he said. He did not say the Civil Rights Act was a mistake. I think this was so inappropriate and so unnecessary. And again, I am trying desperately to be careful of my words after what happened, because if God forbid it happened again to anyone, but let's say to someone on the left, I couldn't live with myself worrying that maybe I was 1% of the reason.
Yeah.
I don't know how these people are continuing what they're doing.
I'm struck that the President of the United States went on stage armed like an opposition researcher.
Exactly.
Right. That is the kill shot. The President of the United States went on stage armed like an opposition researcher.
With some things that were kind of true, but as Elizabeth just suggested, some things that are not true.
Yeah.
I find it stunning that he was armed with that stuff and that they didn't say to him, Mr. President, if you want to point out some of the positions of Charlie Kirk that people in our party disagree with, let's stick with stuff in context and true rather than doing what he did. I'm really surprised, I have to say. I am surprised.
Now, if you can handle it, right, you will get great benefit from reading multiple points of view. And there are profound comments about Charlie Kirk and this particular era coming from the left. And they're not comfortable for me to read. It's not comfortable for me to praise Stephen Walt and John Mearsheimer, who wrote a book about the Israel lobby. As a convert to Orthodox Judaism, as a passionate Zionist, this type of commentary is painful for me, because I want to think about America and Israel being joined at the hip, right? That's my porous identity. where I feel connected to the Jewish people, the Jewish state, the United States of America, my fellow Americans, and I want them to get along just like mom and dad. But my Buffett identity, the part of me that tries to be empirical and rational, recognizes that different groups and different states have different interests, and that America should decide its foreign policy entirely on the basis of what is good for America, not on the basis of this or that effective lobby group. And there's a painful essay that came out this past week by Stephen Walt that has the ring of truth to me. And tell me how you feel about this. And here's the headline. Just start meditating on this headline: How Assassinations Became Normal Again. Now, context, I think anyone who still believes at this point that Israel was behind Charlie Kirk's assassination, I think there's something broken in you. I think you overdosed on what you believe to be red pills, but red pill is supposed to mean truth. And if you think that the evidence points towards Israel assassinating Charlie Kirk, there's something incredibly broken and poisoned in you. And for that, I don't blame you. You did not deliberately choose to be poisoned, but it's a sign that something's really off. On the other hand, Stephen Walt makes some painful and I think powerful points here. Says, what do the killing of influencer Charlie Kirk and Israel's unsuccessful attempt to kill some top Hamas officials by bombing Qatar, what do these two things have in common? Right? There are obvious and important differences. Yeah. So when someone calls Donald Trump a fascist, my response has always been derision and contempt. But then I started thinking this past week, wait, maybe there's room for a nuanced discussion about, okay, to what extent do you see Donald Trump as a fascist? Which of his actions and words do you see as fascistic? And where would you say that Donald Trump is not a fascist? Right. So you can talk about the comparisons between AOC and Joseph Stalin, and you can find some things that these two have in common. And then you can find things where they are very different. So political killings are not new. But for many centuries, there was a remarkably effective norm against government leaders attempting to kill their counterparts in other countries. And so I have made a lot of derisive comments about international norms on this show. But social norms, communal norms, and international norms have power and influence and importance. And I think Stephen Walt is right, that there for centuries was an effective norm against government leaders attempting to kill their counterparts in other countries. And when you break that norm, you don't know what's coming. It's like Chesterton's Gate. That it's a fantastic Chesterton's fence. All right, it's a fantastic metaphor. Right, it's attributed to G.K. Chesterton, advocating that one should not remove a fence or an institution or perhaps a norm until the reasoning behind its existence is fully understood. So the right-wing conservative traditional part of me understands this. Right? Removing something without fully knowing its purpose is foolish. Right? Initially, it may seem there's no reason for this fence being here, but instead of immediately demolishing an international norm or a fence or an institution, the intelligent, wise person should first investigate and understand why was this fence built before deciding whether or not to keep it. You would think that people on the right, people who are traditional and conservative, would understand that. Has Barack Obama ever been in a confrontational interview? I suspect he has, but none comes to mind, and I suspect that he would handle himself pretty well. So we've jettisoned the norm against assassination, and there is no state that has done more targeted assassinations than the Jewish state of Israel. So by jettisoning the norm, and I don't oppose that, I don't necessarily support it. I'm sure many of those assassination attempts or assassinations ended up doing more harm than good for the safety of the Jewish state, let alone for the well-being of other people. But there are some strong arguments against jettisoning this norm against assassinations, right? It discourages rivals from meeting because it's so perilous. That makes it harder to reach diplomatic solutions to conflicts. It discourages third parties from trying to aid such efforts. And I have heard very strong arguments about Israel's attack on Qatar was an absolute disaster. It undermined Israel's reputation as a responsible global actor. It makes other countries less willing to try to facilitate diplomacy between Israel and its enemies, and makes Israel's enemies less willing to meet to try to reach some kind of modus vivendi with Israel. It also violates Qatar's sovereignty, and it violates this norm against assassination. So it throws more sand in the gears of international diplomacy at a time when we need more of it, not less. And this belief that it's perfectly okay to target and assassinate foreign officials with whom you're at odds, maybe that makes it easier for some people to justify assassinations against domestic political figures with whom they are at odds. Right? You have potential targets who are demonized as the embodiment of evil, who are seen as a mortal threat, and then that label sticks, and then extreme measures to deal with these enemies become permissible, even necessary. And so if you are worried about the rising tide of violent political activity at home, which Stephen Walt says is overwhelmingly coming from the right, then you should also worry about how the United States and some of its closest allies and other major powers have undermined the norm against assassination abroad. There's a left-wing perspective, and I think it's a pretty good one. And I'm sure that there are important rejoinders to it. And whenever I hear the elite media and elite experts in political extremism saying that political extremism overwhelmingly just comes from the right side of the political spectrum, I suspect that there is considerably motivated reasoning. I am skeptical of the claim, but I have no time for the attitude that one side of the political spectrum is always morally superior to the other in all times, in all circumstances. I think right now it may very well be that the political left is much more of a threat in extreme violent political activity than the right. But I think the notion that there's just one side of the political spectrum, the right side, that is always more moral is silly. Right? Both the left and the right reflect impulses that have been rewarded by the evolutionary process over millennia. So in some circumstances, left-wing approaches of diminishing punishment, being more open to outsiders, a more egalitarian approach to resource distribution. Sometimes this approach is more useful for some situations, and then in other situations, the right-wing approach is more adaptive.
This program brought to you by many people.
Okay, great. Mike Benz, fantastic talker, incredibly convincing. And if you're on the right, and I share Mike Benz's view of the world, but I'm concerned, how much truth is there in what he says?
Global level, because as we were talking about this Armed Queers group, what you've seen, and part of the reason that I believe that Antifa and Trantifa have been allowed to grow so big despite being so militant and openly endorsing political violence, is because that has been a useful instrument of statecraft for the blob, for the State Department, the CIA, USAID, the U.S. Institute of Peace. There are tens of thousands of NGOs for boots on the ground to stop right-wing populist movements around the world by any means necessary. And this is just, and I kind of want to lay into this point with some of our remaining time, but I can pause because I know I've been talking for a while, but I wanted to get into the global nature of this.
No, that's what I want. That's what my audience wants too. And I think that that's where I think you can help us, Mike, is to understand what the government should be.
It's a great question to ask. Why do I love a particular narrative? Right? What needs in it? What needs in me are being served by this narrative? And I admit, I love this narrative that Mike Benz is giving. It is meeting my needs in this moment. Right? My needs in my porous self, where I feel connected to other people on the right in America, where I feel that America is under threat by a violent extreme left.
Doing, because we're seeing a rapid radicalization, and it is Trantifa. There's a violent death cult within the trans world. It's not all trans, but there's a lot of them. And Antifa is constantly trying to prey for young lost people online. That's a fact.
I rejoiced when I heard that Donald Trump was ruling Antifa a terrorist organization. And then I did a little more reading and found out he did the same thing in his first term, but didn't actually do anything about it.
The government obviously was completely unaware of this person's radicalization against Charlie, which is irresponsible, but it's also, I don't know if it's something that is to be expected. And then we saw earlier in the week, Pam Bondi flirting with, beefing up hate crime legislation, which is, I know, something Charlie was against and is not. It feels like a rough draft. I don't know why she feels like she brings her rough drafts out to national news. She does this all the time.
So there's a tendency in the news that I find annoying, and ChatGPT calls it the accumulative framing template. There seems to be this template in journalism where you catalog a person's mistakes and misstatements according to your particular buffered hero system. And then if these misstatements and mistakes reach a certain level, then that defines them. No matter what else they accomplish, to me, the only fair thing to do is to use perspective and to have a sense of the good things that someone's done and then have a sense of the bad things that someone's done. So even if Adolf Hitler was a good watercolor painter, that doesn't really count for much in the context of the horrible things that he did. So I get annoyed by commentary and by news articles that lack a sense of proportion. I see this with the elite coverage of Charlie Kirk, which seems to focus on the most un-PC things that he said, often ripped out of context. On the other hand, I recognize that the elite news coverage of Charlie Kirk has been less hostile and more muted than it would have been a year ago, right? We have a more humbled and more fearful and more anxious elite news media right now. So I love this concept, the accumulative framing template, right? You don't have a sense of proportion. You just add up, these certain things that have been said. You treat them as damning and defining, and that you've cemented a particular narrative, that you've established a pattern, and then all neutral and positive actions are just ignored. And some of you have bosses who use this. They don't acknowledge anything good that you do, right? They only catalog and light you up for your mistakes. Somewhat off topic. No, probably completely off topic. I venerate expertise more than Donald Trump does and more than MAGA does, but not as much as the dominant left does in academia. So I'm kind of in between the populist reaction to expertise and the experts' reaction to their own expertise. And there's a new book out about the CIA. I read the author's first book about the CIA, which was quite damning. And now Tim Weiner, the author, is out with a new book about the CIA. And this time, the book is incredibly laudatory. And what's changed? Well, the first time his book came out, it was at the end of the second George W. Bush term. And so in that context, he just ripped apart the CIA because it was in the context of the CIA lying America into ill-judged invasion and occupation of Iraq. But now that Donald Trump is back with a second term, this left-wing author lauds the CIA. It's just filled with admiration for the CIA and every single one of its directors except the current Trump appointee, John Ratcliffe. And on page 48 of this new book called The Mission, the CIA in the 21st Century, the author, Tim Weiner, quotes Bob Gates, right, the former director of Central Intelligence, the future Secretary of Defense, and he says, reality is, on 9/11, we didn't know jack about Al-Qaeda. We'd just been attacked by a group we did not know anything about. But Tim Weiner doesn't ask why there's so much ignorance, given that the CIA had a dedicated station, the Alex station, that was simply focused on bin Laden for 5 years prior to 9/11. Then Edward Luttwak finally met the head of this station, Michael Scheuer, and he discovered the probable cause, that bin Laden had this particular talent to recruit and direct his followers with his speeches delivered in fine classic Arabic, in plaintive rather than fiery tones, speeches in which he made a point of dropping hints of forthcoming attacks. But it was all lost on Michael Scheuer because he didn't know any Arabic. And Luttwak was astonished to hear that. He said, why have you made no effort to learn any Arabic during your years on the bin Laden detail? And Michael Scheuer said, no need. There is FIBUS, meaning the Foreign Broadcast Information Service, right? It translates speeches at a reasonable level of accuracy with some delay and none of the tonality. The most powerful part of a speech and of oral communication is not the words, right? It's the emotional context behind the words. Michael Scheuer's successor, Alfreda Francis Bukowski, right? Michael Scheuer specifically hired her to run the bin Laden unit, and then he married her. And his successor also knew no Arabic and made no discernible effort to learn any Arabic. What about John Brennan, right? Obama's appointee as CIA director? He was a student in Cairo, but he learned no Arabic there because he says he was just too busy to learn any Arabic. Edward Lukevac says he was summoned to address the National Intelligence Middle East team, right? There are 40 top Middle East analysts. So he starts off with a funny Cairo joke, which he carefully rehearsed in Masri. Is that a particular dialect of the Arabic language spoken in Egypt? And he was immediately interrupted by raised hands. Please speak in English. So I asked, how many of these Middle East analysts knew Arabic? There were 3 raised hands out of 40. Then he asked, how many of you speak Farsi? 2 hands raised. Right. So Tim Weiner praises the expertise of many of these CIA officers, but most of them not bothered to make any effort to learn the languages, right? Not even the easy ones like French or Spanish, not even Arabic, let alone Chinese or Korean. So if my dad preached all his adult life about the Bible, but my dad was just had the most elementary level of literacy with regard to the languages of the Bible. And yet I see this with Christian preachers all the time. This Bible verse, this biblical text, this Hebrew or Greek term, it means X, Y, Z. And 99% of the time, it's preaching done by people who aren't seriously literate in the language in which they're opining on.
I can't imagine that's where the focus goes, but what does the government need to be doing to make sure that we're actually trying to use power, and we've got the power right now to try to make sure?
So in his first term, Donald Trump said he was going after Antifa, he was designating it as a terrorist organization, but he didn't really do anything. And my understanding of Donald Trump prior to this term was that he's simply not very good at running things, that a Ron DeSantis would have been far more effective. Now, in retrospect, I recognize that in the last 3 months, the last few months of 2020, Donald Trump got much better at running things. He essentially shut down the border using COVID as an excuse. And then this time around, he's been incredibly effective. And I never thought about Charlie Kirk because I was not impressed by Charlie Kirk's ideas. And almost any time I read an article about Charlie Kirk in the LA Times, New York Times, Washington Post, I start getting bored. It does not hold my attention. When I listen to Charlie Kirk, he does not hold my attention because his genius was not in being an intellectual, right? He was a partisan talking head. His genius was in political organizing. And so once you put someone in their proper genre, then you will have a much more accurate perception of their value. And Charlie Kirk's value was not in intellectual activity, it was in political activity. And here is the person I thought has done a better job than anyone discussing why Charlie Kirk's life mattered.
It's hard to think of anyone 31 years old in the United States who's had the kind of meaningful achievement that Charlie Kirk had. You know, there's athletes and there's musicians. But I'm talking about changing the real lives of real people, of inspiring people, of uplifting people, of getting young people in particular into the political system. All these things I'm talking about now, I could talk to Donald Trump about it, or J.D. Vance, or Don Jr., or Speaker of the House. They'd all get it. They'd all probably be a little bit bored because they'd say, duh, of course. But what I'm concerned about is, as I've tried to have a version of this conversation with Democrats that I know, blank looks. First of all, they don't understand what Charlie achieved. Even now, even as it's been covered since his murder, they still don't get it. They still don't understand what made him so different. We've tried to talk about that here. I've talked about it everywhere since he was assassinated, because I think it's so important that the left understand. First of all, they should understand history. But second of all, they need to appreciate why people on the right are so upset. But they also don't understand because they cannot compute in their heads how someone could have so much success going around the complex matrix of power.
If you're on the right, you should be curious about how George Soros has been so effective, how he's gotten so much bang for his buck in electing George Soros-friendly district attorneys. And if you're on the left, you should be curious about how Charlie Kirk was so effective as a political operator.
Power that they put in place through their liberal institutions to keep people like Charlie from succeeding. And the only reason Charlie succeeded at pretty much everything he tried to do was because of his extraordinary gifts, his determination, his faith, his big brain, and the relationships he built. This disconnect where they don't see Charlie as anything but kind of some Trump flunky. They do not see what he achieved, and they do not see the symbolism. All the things that the liberal establishment tries to control, Charlie had, and he survived and thrived. A non-Ivy League Christian, Western living guy who avoided the media or didn't seek their approval or their help, with non-traditional experience, pro-Trump conservative. All of that was an extraordinary.
So Elliot says in the chat, the blank look owes to SSRIs. And I immediately apply that to myself and think, oh, Elliot says that I look blank, and I need to tell Elliot I'm not on any SSRIs and haven't been for many, many years. But I don't think Elliot was talking about me. He was talking about some of these assassins.
Threat to their power. And taking him off this earth has caused a visceral reaction on the right because they get.
One of the most embarrassing things is not recognizing the context in which people are speaking. Like jumping on some comment that someone's made and interpreting it completely differently than it was meant.
And all that. He was their champion of ideas, and he was their champion of political success and organization. But for many of them, he was a champion of making a statement that in America in 2025, you can be all those things and a huge success. And what a setback for people inspired.
No mainstream journalist or pundit makes as much effort to understand MAGA as Mark Halperin. And he's not on the right. He's not MAGA. But he uses his big brain to empathize with other people. And there's so much wisdom in many of his comments, such as this particular commentary that he gives, listing off all the reasons why Charlie Kirk was discounted by the left. Now, I like to read over an hour of newspapers a day online, preparing for this show, and a dramatic opposite type of coverage that you see in the mainstream media is in its fawning approach to liberal celebrities. So the New York Times this weekend, how Reese Witherspoon figured out who she really is. Right? One, they would never do this type of headline or story for a right-winger. Two, it's just bogus, it's nonsense. Aren't you embarrassed by this kind of silly fawning that you do over this or that celebrity? And second, you cannot figure out who you are, because who you are changes depending on context. It depends on who you're with. Nate Silver is a thoughtful left-of-center pundit, and he is pointing out on his Substack the dangers of the left-of-center epistemic bubble. So the remark that got Jimmy Kimmel in trouble was, he said, we hit some new lows over the weekend with the MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them. Right, so this wasn't just insensitive. Right, this was false. Right, people on the left would call it misinformation if that term was not deployed so one-sidedly. Right, the overwhelming majority of misinformation researchers, in fact, every single one of which I'm aware in academia, is on the left. So we have abundant evidence that Kirk's assassin, Tyler Robinson, was on the left, and that he was motivated in large part by Charlie Kirk's political views. And he stated, I had enough of Charlie Kirk's hatred. Some hatred can't be negotiated out. And why are so many smart, accomplished people in prestigious positions ignoring this? Why are they so obstinate in refusing to correct the record? And where did Jimmy Kimmel get this idea from? And maybe it's Blue Sky, the left-wing equivalent of Twitter, or maybe from Substack. Heather Cox Richardson, right, an academic, historian, the author of the #1 U.S. politics newsletter, Letters from an American. Right, she wrote over last weekend that Charlie Kirk's assassin appears to have embraced the far right and disliked Charlie Kirk for being insufficiently right-wing radical. She presented no evidence for this. It was wishful thinking at best. It was a lie. It was a falsehood. And why are so many prestigious people on the left putting out this nonsense? Because they live in a left-wing epistemic bubble. Now, we all live in an epistemic bubble because we all have a hero system that is essentially closed because life would just be too anxiety-ridden without it. I have this, you have this. And it is often our enemies and opponents who are able to point out our blind spots more effectively than we can see for ourselves. But the news media's denial about Joe Biden's obvious mental deterioration, there's no other way to account for it other than they were in this left-wing epistemic bubble. And then all these prestigious talking heads on the left saying things that are absolutely false. This suggests that the left-wing bubble is expanding. It is devouring the group who consider themselves, as opposed to conservatives, the reality-based community. Remember, there was someone in the George W. Bush administration who said that, hey, you liberal journalists, you're in the reality-based community, but in the George W. Bush administration, we get out there and we change the world. And we see what should be and we act. But this left-wing epistemic bubble is expanding. Only if you're living in such a closed left-wing epistemic bubble, right, would you think that it's socially appropriate to go public on social media and celebrate an assassination? And so we have an increasing number of formerly rational left-wing commentators sounding increasingly deranged.
By him, including a lot of young people who want to be able to say what they want to say on campus, even if they're not necessarily super MAGA. They want a university, a college, to live up to what it's supposed to be, a place where people can say what they think, the ideas that matter to them, whether others agreed or disagreed. And now an assassin has said, no, you can't do that. The reason why so many who love Charlie are determined to make sure that not only does his record, his accomplishments, his personal story lives on, but the work must continue. Because if someone who overcame all of those things, So
I took a weekly class in 2012 on how to create a one-man play. One of the things that I learned in that class from my teacher, Terry Silverman, was that if you've lost the audience, you lost the audience 5-10 minutes ago. And so when you're doing your play, you should be taking into account what's going on with your audience and relating to it. And it should be akin to a game of ping pong where you're going back and forth with your audience. So let me go back and forth with the people in the chat. Thoughts on the Kin Panama alien? Don't know anything about it. The matriarchy resorts to violence because they cannot win using arguments. Helen Lewis is a treasure. She is a right-wing intellectual who wrote an excellent profile of Steve Saylor. She wrote an excellent piece on how Australia stopped immigrant groomer gangs, in part by standing up against this desecration of their sacred space at the beach, at the Cronulla Beach riots. And she has this thoughtful talk at the National Conservatism Conference here, overcoming the feminization of culture. And one of the points she makes is that woke is essentially a product of women, an increasing number of women in high status positions in academia.
Controversial. So far, I have only made 2 claims. 1, men and women are different. And 2, as institutions become more female, they change in predictable ways according to those differences. I think even most people on the left would agree with that.
Right, the most radical right-wing ideas that are still within the Overton window, you consistently find them at these national conservatism conferences. So even if national conservatism disturbs you for any of a number of reasons, if you're on the right, you should respect the space that it's created just within the Overton window.
Feminization is a great example of what Michael Anton calls the celebration parallax, which is a fancy term for anything where you're only allowed to know.
My reaction to Michael Anton and people like Tucker Carlson is that they say some brave and profound truths, and simultaneously they also spout a lot of nonsense.
Notice something if you think it's a good thing. There are literally thousands of articles out there saying it's great that we have more women judges now because women are more empathetic, or it's good to have more women on corporate boards because that'll make capitalism more humane. It is only when you say women are fundamentally changing the bedrock institutions of our society, and that might be bad, that you start to get into trouble. But I have two actually contentious claims today, and that is the first of them, that feminization is not just an interesting new development that has had some pluses and minuses. It's that feminization in the case...
If I said Helen Lewis, I meant Helen Andrews. So Helen Lewis is often commonsensical center-left journalist, and Helen Andrews is right-wing writer.
Of many important institutions is a bad thing. In a few cases, it is so bad as to be, to threaten the end of civilization. The rule of law, for example, is a very important thing. It's also very fragile. It requires a deep commitment to objectivity and clear rules, even when those rules yield an outcome that is not nice. I do not want judges who are more interested in context and relationships than in what the law says. Academia is the one part of our society that's supposed to be about finding and transmitting the truth. If it instead becomes about censoring ideas that are dangerous or threatening, then it no longer serves its purpose. In business, if the only way to advance at your company is to behave in the most HR-compliant way possible, that's going to exclude and discourage the very people who are most likely to be leaders and innovators. I happen to think that the most important political issue in America today right now is immigration, and that is a perfect example of a political issue where the elite consensus is highly feminized. We have all of these laws on the books about citizenship and borders, but we're not allowed to enforce any of them if it might make somebody sad. So rule of law, pursuit of truth, borders, innovation. Without these things, I am not being hyperbolic when I say that a thoroughly feminized civilization will set itself on the road to collapse. So that is the first claim, that feminization is in many cases a bad and a threatening thing. The second claim proceeds from a question, and it's a very important question. Can we have demographic feminization in the literal sense without having substantive feminization of the kind that I believe is so dangerous? That is, can we have more female lawyers and judges and academics without having, or while still maintaining the old standards? Because in theory, of course, you can imagine such a thing. There certainly are enough women, there certainly are many women who have the talent and the inclination to meet the old standards. There are many women who are excellent judges. I know many female journalists who are just as...
So Lauren Southern is out with, is this another memoir? And as someone who's published a memoir and talks a lot about himself publicly and writes a lot about himself publicly, I can say that those of us who do this kind of public confession, that we have a disproportionate number of narcissists among us, which does not discount the possible value of what we do. So I almost spent $10 on the Kindle version of this memoir. Haven't dropped that $10 yet. This book came out July 13th of this year, and this is a memoir about the total unfiltered chaos behind the scenes of my time in media, from Christian evangelical upbringing, a steady diet of Fox News, to going viral, playing my first part in media disinformation, to meeting with terrorists, neo-Nazis, intelligence agents, and political crime rings. There's coke binges. I didn't realize that she was a coke addict. MDMA diplomacy with enemies, a nuclear-grade marriage meltdown, a trail of scandal across 5 continents. So the last time thinking about Lauren Southern, she was talking about how she'd been mistreated. And she put out a 90-minute or 2-hour video on various ways that she'd been mistreated. But it was also remarkably candid. And I've usually been fairly favorably disposed towards Lauren Southern, and I still am. I was arrested in Turkey and Morocco, got banned from the UK. A may have violated international sanctions, had a psychotic break, an addiction, and fell into the dark art of conspiracy. She also reveals that she was drugged and raped by Andrew Tate. I might buy this book.
Hard-nosed and uncompromising as any of their male peers. There definitely are such women, but I am not sure that there are enough of them. Because the question is not, can some women be excellent professors? The question is it possible to have an academia that is majority female and is still as committed to and still respects the unhindered pursuit of unpopular truths as much as the old predominantly male academia did? I believe the answer is no. I believe demographic feminization does inevitably lead to substantive feminization. It is a difficult thing to confront, but I genuinely believe it to be true. So what is...
All right, let's scroll back through the chat. So I'm not at all sure that the matriarchy resorts to violence because they cannot win using arguments. Has the argument made that a Christian amendment would be the logical outcome of Christian nationalism, of Charlie Kirk, poster boy for Christian nationalism, and this would be profoundly un-American? Well, I'm sure there are certain situations and circumstances where some kind of amendment to the Constitution making Christianity particularly powerful or sacred might be in America's best interests, and most situations I don't think such an amendment would be in America's best interest. Simply trying to keep Christianity alive and sustain a serious Christian identity is very difficult in an increasingly anti-Christian America. And so the difficulty of keeping your Christianity while so much of society is aligned against you leads to often extreme reactions which get called Christian nationalism. And I think there are saner, more adaptive versions of Christian nationalism that people are subscribing to, and less sane and less adaptive. I don't think there's anything inherently evil about nationalism or Christian nationalism or any type of religious nationalism. Depends on how it's done in the particular circumstances. I read Michael Shoya's book about Osama bin Laden. I recommend it. I was surprised to learn today that he did not speak Arabic. So Shoya seems to have lost his mind, like many CIA officers after they retire, because my working theory is that I got from a Jewish friend that they saw American interests distorted by an overly close relationship with Israel, and they then in turn overreact and become just passionately anti-Israel after they retire.
What does that imply? What should we do about it? I hasten to make clear that I do not propose to ban women from any field or even to discourage them from pursuing their goals as far as their talents and ambitions will take them. I don't think we have to do anything as crazy as that. The only thing that I propose, and I think all that is necessary to solve the problem, is to take our thumb off the scale. Because right now, in ways that many people don't quite appreciate, there is a thumb on the scale in favor of women.
There is, and I think that's a mistake. It's not aligned with our best interests. So a lot of sharp observations there from Helen Andrews. Now, Bob Oatberger, he feels like my brother from another mother. I just consistently respect and resonate with his insights. He notes Theodore Dalrymple commented on the many patients he attended to in prison who described falling into crime or falling into the wrong crowd. They never said themselves that they were seeking these situations. Yes, we are profoundly affected by the crowd that we hang out with. So much so, I remember in geography, it's not a class, science class is not a natural fit for me. For whatever reason, I have some kind of mental block against science. And so I would have to put in great effort to get an A in science class. And so to get an A in geography, I had to separate myself from the people who sat in the back and deliberately sit myself in the front and separate myself from those rebels in the back. usually the people who sit up front in a class are more serious students. Isn't evil what God forbids? Sure, yes. But your definition of evil is going to depend on your particular hero system. So, in effect, in evangelical Christianity, the greatest sins are sexual sins, right? They get more opposition. And that's not an insane approach, because for many of us, the most likely ways that we will derail our lives are by indulging in sexual promiscuity. So once I got a taste for it, it may very well have set me on a path that led me to where I am today, and that's not necessarily the best. Those people with more sexual discipline and are willing to settle down with one person, get married, have kids, right? They will usually produce a higher quality life for themselves and for society.
The most important example, of course, is anti-discrimination law. It is illegal to have too few women employed at your company. If women are statistically underrepresented in your institution, that is a lawsuit waiting to happen. So companies and institutions give jobs to women that they would not otherwise have gotten, give women promotions that they would not have otherwise gotten, and in a pinch, they create jobs that did not need to exist, involving PowerPoint slides, just to get...
Awarding power and perks against merit is just terrible for morale. It's terrible for social cohesion.
Get their numbers up. This is why HR departments exist and why they promote gender diversity so assiduously, not because they're ideologues, although they are, obviously, but because they are protecting their company from lawsuits. Anti-discrimination law also mandates that the culture of every work...
Right. It's important to try to understand context, and before going off on woke corporations and woke businesses, you have to, first of all, recognize the context in which they operate and how they have to protect themselves against lawsuits by doing all sorts of stupid woke BS. And I hope that Donald Trump, in his second term, reduces the incentives for businesses to protect themselves from lawsuits by doing so much nonsense.
Workplace be feminized, because if the atmosphere of your workplace is too brash or...
So almost all my teachers were women, and it was somewhat stifling. And I noticed that girls were always much more suited to coloring within the lines. Boys were always more rambunctious and challenging. I had various teachers tell me I was the most challenging student they ever had, and they didn't mean it as a compliment. And I don't want to compliment myself because I was often a pain. But the best students, right? You ask professors and teachers who are the best students you've had. They're usually men. They're usually males. But those who just do what the teacher asks, much more likely to be females who get rewarded for coloring within the lines. And that is a result of the feminization of our schools.
Competitive or combative, that is also a lawsuit waiting to happen, because it is an indication that your workplace is not sufficiently welcoming to women. That is why HR departments are so zealous about policing every interaction and every communication and making sure none of it has any rough edges. So that's agenda item number 1. Get rid of all the HR ladies. Who's with me? Just fire them. And then...
Right, but you have to change the law and change the incentives to make something like that happen. So one of my favorite podcasts, perhaps the most influential podcast on my life over the last 5 years, is Decoding the Gurus. It's by a couple of center-left academics. One of them is an Australian who lives in Rockhampton, which is in central Queensland, rural Queensland, and his favorite academic paper is Beliefs Are Like Possessions. So we love our beliefs, don't we? We love certain material things, some of our possessions. When I bought a car, I loved my car, and then I pranged it. I crashed it, and I did it out of my own stupidity. I was looking down, changing the radio station, and ran into a parked school bus. And after I did that damage to my car, even after I had it repaired and got it back, I could never love it the same way. And it just caused me so much pain because I had placed a lot of myself in that car. And so we put ourselves into our most valued objects, and we put ourselves into our favorite teams. So I noticed on Twitter over the past week that Steve Saylor was getting criticized for being a Los Angeles Dodgers fan. But we don't choose our sports team on the basis of rationality, and we don't choose members of our family, and we are profoundly shaped by our genetics and by situations and circumstances and imprinting with regard to our political beliefs and other beliefs. And then we fall in love with these things, our possessions and our beliefs. So we treat our beliefs with all the emotional and psychological attachments to how we treat our favorite material possessions. And you are not less of a man if you cry when someone scratches your car or damages one of your favorite goods. And you're not less of a man if you feel bad, you feel hurt when someone criticizes one of your most precious beliefs.
And we'll see how it shakes out. If your company has too few women, that might indicate that you have a problem with your recruiting pipeline. On the other hand, it might not. Either way.
So I noticed during COVID, I became increasingly attached to Australia. It's not unusual that people, as they get older and older, start feeling more intense emotional attachments to places that they lived in childhood. And one of the things that I did recently to reattach to my Australian childhood is to buy a genuine Aussie Kookaburra cricket ball. This costs like $32. And it just feels so good. And a lot of me is invested in this, right? This is my safe place or sacred object. I love cricket. I have all these wonderful memories of cricket. And if you didn't grow up with cricket, it would be irrational to expect you to love it like I do. People do not usually adopt sport in their teens and later in life. Sport usually only has profound meaning to you if you grew up with it and it's associated with intense relationships. So I'm somewhat afraid to walk down the street just tossing this cricket ball in the air and catching it, which I want to do because I love the sting. When you toss it up high and then catch it, there's a sting. It feels really good. But I don't want to damage it because this is precious. And my shows are precious to me. And my friends are precious to me. And my beliefs are precious to me. And my beliefs get hurt. When my beliefs are ridiculed, right, I feel hurt. And you likely feel hurt as well.
We're not going to send a team of lawyers after you to second guess you. It's funny, HR departments are always so careful about making sure the atmosphere at the workplace is welcoming to women. I wonder if they ever considered that maybe their soggy, conflict-averse, nicey-nice atmosphere might not be welcoming to men. The other thumb on the scale, obviously, is the two-income trap. Women pursue careers because they have to for their families to attain a middle-class standard of living. If we address that through various other policies to make it possible for families...
Now, Helen Andrews has paid a stiff price for her courage, right? She has lost jobs, lost opportunities. We should respect and venerate the amount of courage that she displays.
Families that want to have one earner to do so. I think the problem of feminization will subside on its own as individuals make different choices based on what's best for their own families. That's just my prediction. Maybe I'm wrong. Let's get rid of the two-income trap.
Excellent. Okay, beliefs are like possessions, right? We form an attachment to our beliefs like our possessions, and they become part of an extension of ourselves. Just like if you are privileged to own a Ferrari, or a car that you love, that's become an extension of yourself. And if it gets scratched, if it gets damaged, it hurts, man. It really hurts. And our most fundamental beliefs are very difficult to change because they are familiar, they are important to us, they are comfortable, and they are a key part of our identity. We can't live without a hero system, a system that says certain actions are meritorious and connect you to something that transcends yourself, transcends your life. Now, we will add new beliefs to our collection if they don't conflict with our existing ones, just like we will accumulate furniture and other belongings. We will embellish and we will show off our beliefs to signal to people. Signaling is incredibly important. Nature is constantly signaling. There's nothing wrong with signaling. Virtue signaling is virtuous. Now, you can do it in an ill-advised way, but overall signaling is essential and you can't transcend it. You never get to be beyond signaling. People are reluctant to give up their prized possessions, and people are reluctant to give up their prized beliefs. People get invested. That's why debates over politics or religion feel so personal, right? If beliefs are like possessions, then attacking someone's belief feels like you're trying to rip something out of their hands. You're trying to stomp on their identity. So when people defend their beliefs, they're defending themselves. And facts are not going to triumph over this. So people curate their beliefs to fit together and to work for them. And so almost always when people share a belief, it is much more of a reaction to what they think is simply most appropriate in a particular setting. Very few people, maybe only 5% of the population, have coherent ideologies. Now, I often hear the online world described as the fake world, and the real world is when you're offline. But for people for whom truth is important and people with dissident views about the nature of truth, your online life may be more important and more real than most of your offline life, because in your offline world, you may be so regimented to get by that you have to not say what you think at work, not say what you think in your community, not say what you really think around your family, because the price for saying the truth is just too high. And so you need an outlet to talk about those parts of your beliefs and your experience of reality that are most important to you. And you may very well only get to do that online. So ideally, you're able to have some connection between your online world, your offline world. Ideally, my online live streams help connect me to good people offline and don't damage my life. But I think a neutral, objective perspective would probably argue that for every year that I've been online since I started blogging in 1997, it's probably cost me $100,000 a year in missed opportunities and the financial reward that would come if I put my effort elsewhere. This is incredibly important to me, and I put a lot of time into these shows, and then I have to also pay the price for the things that I say on these shows, and for everything, right? There's a price. There's the opportunity cost. If you weren't doing this, what else would you be doing? And so for most people, they would be much better served by not saying provocative things online and instead putting the time and energy that they are devoting to their online selves to building up their offline world so they can get married, sacrifice their careers as an online thought leader, and take real work and devote themselves to a family and kids. And if you don't, you'll end up at 59 and a bachelor. So you often hear people on the right, like Jordan Peterson, talking about the meaning crisis, but it's really the connection crisis. And we may very well be gathered here today because to varying degrees we have a connection crisis in our life, right? The more important your real world connections, right? The stronger your bonds with family, friends, and community, the less likely you are to feel any lack of meaning. I don't understand anyone who has even normal, average relations with family, friends, community, who feels a meaning crisis. Your sense of meaning and truth and purpose should flow from those bonds. So I was listening just before the show to a Simon & Garfunkel song, Kathy's song, where there's the plaintive lyric, "The only truth I know is you," which is not philosophically, rationally impressive, but we should get much of our sense of truth and what is heroic from our real world connections, from our family and community. So do you ever hear a phrase, an idea, a sentence that then sets you to pondering for hours? Because this often happens to me. It's one of the privileges of being a bachelor who has time to indulge his intellectual interests. And I didn't know the meaning of the word antinomic. How do you even pronounce antinomic pronunciation? Okay. It means opposites. Come on, mate. Let's say it. Antinomic.
Antinomic.
Antinomic. Okay, I got it. Antinomic.
Antinomic.
So the academic discipline in which I have the most friends is philosophy. And one philosopher told me that if we take the work of the late American sociologist Edward Shultz seriously, then we would understand that intellectuals are structurally antinomic. And as soon as I understood what this meant, I resonated with it, even though I'm not someone who makes my living through my ideas, but I certainly have a self-conception of being intellectually inclined or intellectually striving. So if you take this theory seriously, that intellectuals are structurally antinomic, then these consequences will run through their inner life, their social life, their professional life, their political stance, in how they write and how they publish. So I want to explore that, but doggone it, my mouth is so dry. Let's play some Mark Halperin on why Charlie Kirk's life mattered.
All of those establishment tripwires. Don't come in here and try to succeed if you're a religious conservative who likes Donald Trump. Don't try it in America. If someone who overcame all of that is eliminated by an assassin's bullet, and he is not replicated, I won't say replaced, but replicated in some way so that people can see that what Charlie did could work for others, if that doesn't happen, you will see a lot of anger.
And Bob says, if my ex had a live stream, I think we wouldn't have a connection crisis. It's scary for some of us to get close to other people, because things that don't bother us when you're not close to someone start to really bother you when you are close. So the closer I get to someone, the more demands they can then make on me, and the more demands I can then make on them, or the more painful certain things that I do or say become for them, or the more painful certain things they say or do become for me. I remember there's this very pretty woman, and I met her because I enjoyed her writing, but I was probably inclined towards a more generous view of her writing because she was pretty. And then I met up with her to discuss writing, and very quickly we became romantically entangled. And then I started bringing her around my friends, and my very smart friends had two very different reactions. The only time that I remember in my dating life that my male friends were trying to have sex with my girlfriend was this particular relationship. She was so hot that my male friends could not stop trying to have sex with her. And my female friends resented her, one, because she had this look that said, you know, my man can do anything to me. And two, they felt their brain slowing down when they would talk to her. And three, she was presumptuous. She would talk to them like they were peers. But my female writer friends were highly accomplished, and my gorgeous girlfriend was not highly accomplished. And so this became increasingly awkward, and it got to the point where I didn't like her writing anymore. So initially I was attracted to her from her writing, but the closer we got, the more enmeshed she became in my life, then the more negatively I felt about her writing. And when I dated an ex-porn star, initially it didn't bother me that she used to be a porn star, but the more intense my feelings for her, the more it started to bother me. And intellectually, I don't like the idea that I would become so close to her, someone, that I would then start making demands. But I've done that. It's so embarrassing, the type of demands that I have made on people that I felt love for. I hope you never find out what a bloody fool I've been in love. And to analyze it rationally, I would say, oh, it comes from my anxiety, and my anxiety has provoked me to try to put my partner in a prison to try to keep my anxiety at bay. So often in my relationships, I have just yearned for the other person to, transcend and overcome the horrible, nasty, embarrassing, foolish, dictatorial demands I've made. And I hope that they become the better person when I'm incapable of doing that.
Anger more than you see now. That's why the determination is so high. Charlie's achievements, seen in the context in which I am putting them, that for him to do what he did required overcoming pretty much every list of bias the liberal establishment has, every list of a threat that they would feel, a practical threat, psychological, emotional.
But I don't know anyone who has made the case for the importance of Charlie Kirk's life better, more precisely here than Mark Halperin.
For him to succeed is an extraordinary story. I'll keep telling the story because I think it's so important to understand the MAGA movement and to understand the life of this extraordinary young man. But I ask again for people on the left listening to my voice, watching me now, understand what the death, the murder, the assassination of Charlie Kirk means, not just to prominent Republicans, but to rank and file people around the country. It's not just the loss of a leader or a friend or a guy with a degree of success. It's the elimination of someone who demonstrated not just that he could overcome all these biases, but that he could thrive and start to change the system, to set an example. As I traveled around the country in 2024, going to Trump events and meeting people who supported President Trump, often events that Charlie was at or his organization, Turning Point, was involved in, I saw a different kind of young conservative than I'd seen during my career. Not shy, not afraid, willing to go publicly to a rally, to be on social media, to be visible on campus. Now, liberal students have had that capacity, have had that right, have had that opportunity for as long as I've been on college campuses. What Charlie played a role in as much as anyone else.
I had the opportunity to get romantic with some high-achieving female writers, and I always chose the hotter, younger females with much less accomplishment. Right. Why are intellectuals antinomic? Right. Structurally antinomic. So it's a form of cognitive dissonance, and it is the permanent condition of intellectuals, according to Edward Shultz, because intellectuals rely on institutions. Why do intellectuals rely on institutions like universities, publishers, patrons, the state for recognition and livelihood? Because intellectual work almost never pays the bills. Right? It is the pitfall of optimists to try to make a living by the pen writing serious work. Right? Your independence depends on the very structures that you critique. So this fosters a psychology of alienation and restlessness. You're never fully at home in tradition, and you're never fully detached from it. Intellectuals are caught in an in-between social position. They are not the ruling class, but they are not ordinary citizens. They are a loyal opposition to the dominant cultural order. There is this center-periphery dynamic. They challenge the dominant institutions while drawing their legitimacy from the dominant institutions. They gain their prestige within their in-group of fellow intellectuals by being critical outsiders to institutions, but their parnasa, their living, their income depends upon being accepted and subsidized by the very institutions that they critique. And so this contradictory condition pushes them towards radical critique and opposing authority, hierarchy, and tradition, while simultaneously seeking order, because without institutional structure, their role completely disappears. So this is why intellectuals veer between utopianism and pessimism. They are constantly championing new ideologies and constantly lamenting the loss of civility, tradition, and meaning. They are constantly swinging between revolutionary fervor and the defense of the dominant liberal institutions. And it all depends on which side of their internal contradiction feels more threatened. So the intellectual production from this state is works of critique against the state, against tradition, against mass culture, constant appeals to higher principles, truth, civility, reason, democracy, that only exist because of the traditions and institutions that they're trying to undermine. So this creates a rhetoric of ambivalence. Intellectuals, to have prestige, must sound bold and subversive, yet they are also scholarly and authoritative. So my phone says that last week I averaged 3 hours and 14 minutes on my iPhone. So the writing of intellectuals reads as a performance of independence, even though the institutions that fund them, right, are the very institutions that they are critiquing. So intellectuals are stuck in a contradiction. They are psychologically divided. They live socially in a quasi-class between social classes because they are constantly oscillating between rebellion and defense. They produce critiques that reinforce the importance of the very institutions that they claim to transcend. So when we call intellectuals antinomic, it means that they have a structural disposition toward contradiction. They are driven by impulses, loyalties, and ideals that pull them in opposite directions. So there have been various articles about me that describe me as schizophrenic and contradictory. So I want to place myself in this description of the contradictions of the intellectual. Intellectuals tend to set themselves against established authority, established tradition, and popular consensus, while depending deeply on tradition and institutions. So they valorize universal truth and freedom, but their income depends on their ties to authority and power. So intellectuals are constantly defending civility and tradition and undermining both. There is this tension in intellectual life between equality and liberty, individualism and community. So intellectuals are drawn to these contradictions. It's exciting for them. This role creates a restless, oppositional, and dependent relationship. So my philosopher friend says, look at the work of Alexis de Tocqueville on these democratic tensions in America. Look at the work of Edward Shultz. Look at his theory about why intellectuals, by their very nature, live in contradictions. They criticize the traditions and institutions that fund them and sustain them. And this antinomic contradictory condition of intellectuals invites pathological patterns in both their inner life and their public life and in their social life. So being always inside and outside of institutions, they feel like they belong nowhere. So they are estranged, and this leads often to depression, paranoia, and obsessive brooding. They often oscillate between grandiosity and self-loathing. They want to perform as a prophet of truth. Boy, that sounds like me. I'm here to perform as a prophet of truth. But know that you depend on the very establishment that you are attacking. And this creates cycles of manic confidence and crushing doubt. You know how often I just dream of being financially independent so I can tell you what I really think. Intellectuals are prone to persecution complexes, right? They see themselves as truth tellers against power, and then they see every rejection as proof of their martyrdom. So it leads to paranoia. Intellectual recognition is fragile. Being ignored or dismissed often hits harder because their identity is built on being a critic who matters. They form weird communities, right? Intellectuals gravitate towards small groups of other intellectuals that define themselves by their opposition to the dominant culture against the masses. So they become insular, feeding each other's sense of embattlement. They create cult-like movements where you have a leader and followers. I was just listening to Ernest Becker's 1973 book, The Denial of Death, and talks about how any kind of connection to someone famous, it feels incredibly powerful and creates meaning in your life. So when Andrew Breitbart died, I wanted to tell the world about how close I'd been to Andrew Breitbart. And now that Charlie Kirk has died, you hear all these people essentially boasting and putting themselves forward as being so close to Charlie Kirk. They knew the real Charlie Kirk. There's just this very close to the surface, if not blatantly and explicitly on the surface, impulse in me to try to use every situation and every crisis to maximize my own promotion of my own importance.
Was to make this possible for young conservatives. And I continue to be struck, week following his murder, by how many kids say to me, younger people, college age or thereabouts, or their parents say to me, this is really hard. Not just because of what Charlie did kind of in a day-to-day way, but the symbolism to say, this guy who said to young people who are conservative or interested in conservative ideas, not necessarily full on MAGA, I'm going to come to your campus, I'm going to take on all comers, I'm going to take questions. I am going to celebrate the free exchange of ideas. In some ways, there couldn't be anybody worse to have assassinated, truly, because he was killed doing the thing that was the most resonant, the most symbolically resonant for young people and for people in MAGA. Universities are as liberal as any other cultural institution we have, more than the media, more than Hollywood. Hard to believe I could say that, but it's true. And universities were places that Charlie put so much emphasis on. Now, he wasn't doing it for political reasons. He wanted Republicans and MAGA to get a higher percentage of young voters, which President Trump did in 2024. But I know from talking to him about it, he loved the symbolism of it. He loved the capacity to free the voices and souls and independence of conservatives in this country who could walk around a college campus and participate in a contest of ideas without fear of being canceled or shut down. And again, I say to folks on the left, they have their grievances. The folks on the left have their grievances, and I'm happy to talk about those too, even at this time when front and center is the aftermath of the death of Charlie Kirk. But what they also have, and you'll hear this from conservatives,
I do this show in significant part because I want to show off. Now, my desire to show off, my desire to distinguish myself, it's not been a winning life strategy. It has usually been self-destructive. So as I've become more aware of my self-destructive side, I try to channel these base impulses and try to use them for good. So yes, I want to show off to you right now, but I want to show off to you in a way that builds my self-respect and builds my connection with good people. And if what I produce has any effect on you, I would rather it be neutral or positive rather than negative. So I want to take this kind of base egoistic desire and channel it in a good way. But it has so often led me to just make a bloody fool of myself. And when I look back on my participation in Torah classes and in other intellectual settings, most of the things that I've said publicly have been out of a desire to show off, and they've done me more harm than good. I remember I took 3 political science classes at Sierra Community College because I loved this political science professor, Larry White. And in my 3rd class, this girl said to me, "I never understand what you're saying." And it cut me to the quick because I realized that when I was asking a question, I was really just trying to show off. And I also got on the nerves of the teacher so that he deliberately marked me down and gave me a B, even though objectively my work was worthy of an A. But we kind of overcame that. Like he blew up at me in class. He said that I was increasingly difficult to deal with. He was increasingly just sick and tired of me. And then years later, he wrote me a letter saying, "You're very smart. You're gifted verbally, but you have to be very careful about the things that you say to people publicly because they will hurt you." He was essentially admitting, look, I marked you down and gave you a B rather than an A because you're so obnoxious. And throughout my life, I have damaged, if not destroyed, my relations with other people because the things I have said have just been so obnoxious. I arrived in Los Angeles, I think, March 30th of 1994, and it was so thrilling for me in my early weeks in Los Angeles going to as many Torah classes as possible. And a few weeks in, this woman says, every Torah class that we go to together, you're always trying to show off in question time. And she was absolutely right. And so being moderate and appropriate is often a challenge for me. And an adaptation that I started employing increasingly after about 2008 is just staying silent in Torah classes, because I have this incredibly self-destructive desire to show that I'm the smartest person in the room, try to take over every community, every group, every class that I'm a part of. It's so hard for me to control and channel my desire to show off that the easiest way for me to control myself was to simply stay silent and just listen. I loved Aish Torah. I loved my years in Aish Torah. It's an outreach organization in Orthodox Judaism, and there was a major funder of Aish Torah in Los Angeles who offered to pay my way to an Aish Torah weekend if I would promise to keep quiet and not disrupt things by asking questions. And I agreed, and I was all set to go to this weekend that would be subsidized and paid for someone who saw my potential. But I so annoyed people that like at the last minute, my participation was canceled.
They've got these institutions. These are dominant cultural institutions in our country, for as much as the rise of Turning Point and Fox News and other places. These institutions continue to loom large in the psyche of conservatives, rank and file conservatives, who watch the coverage of their movement and feel like second-class citizens if they feel like citizens at all. The left is consumed with Donald Trump, his violation of norms, the policies they disagree with. And that's what politics is about. They don't like this guy's policies. But their failure to understand that part of what powered Donald Trump, part of what powered Charlie Kirk, was their willingness to say, we're not going to rely on these liberal cultural institutions. We're going to go over them, around them, through them. In some cases, create our own institutions like Charlie did with his show. But we're also going to inspire tens of millions of people to say, in America, you can be a Trump-loving religious conservative who didn't go to an Ivy League school and doesn't live in Boston, Washington, or New York, and you can still succeed. And
so press 1 in the chat if a significant reason you are here, because it's so tiring and so dangerous, to try to negotiate important conversations in real life about these dangerous, uncomfortable topics, right? I'm drawn to talking publicly about these uncomfortable topics. Damn, I think Mark Halperin just did such an amazing job in this monologue. So I am used to being on the margins. That is psychologically easier for me to be the observer rather than the participant, but I am happier the more I participate. So the more I can recalibrate against my own natural predilections towards participation rather than observing, rather than living on the margins, the happier and more effective I am. The classic intellectual neighborhood depends on patronage and on priding itself of being outside of bourgeois respectability. Yeah. Some profound analysis of the inner state and the social state of the intellectual. Now, there are thoughtful critiques on the left about the Charlie Kirk phenomenon. And those of us on the right who resonate with Charlie Kirk's politics should have some empathy that people with a different hero system are going to experience this moment in America quite differently from us. And I never thought about Charlie Kirk when he was alive. I think in many of his disputes with the gropers, at times I thought that the gropers got the better of him. And yet I find myself often on the verge of tears. I don't think I've actually cried, but I often find myself sometimes in inconvenient moments on the verge of tears when I feel this assassination. And yet when I read about Charlie Kirk in the Washington Post, New York Times, etc., I just get bored. And I get bored because his ideas are not impressive. And my friend Bob notes that after reading these biographies of entrepreneurs, he notes anyone can have an idea, anyone can have a brilliant idea, but a brilliant idea is nothing without execution, determination, and stamina. That's what Charlie Kirk had, and it's what almost no one else in the right has. Right? Everyone on the right wants to be a thought leader, but no one wants to do the hard work of organizing. So most of the articles I read about Charlie Kirk in the mainstream media are about his ideas. Everyone's missing his political influence and his organization, which nobody in the mainstream media is learning anything about from Charlie Kirk. So Kirk was not an impressive intellectual. He was an impressive political, cultural, and religious activist. Now, did he give any speeches or write any essays on how to build an effective movement? I am enjoying many of the right-wing partisan political porn right now, but I know it's not good for me. And I want to be nuanced. I want to move into my buffered identity. And so I've been reading the work of the philosopher Stephen Turner. And he published a paper in 1999 about the significance of American sociologist Edward Shultz. And in it, there's an idea that sees me. He was talking about a book by a 1930s Belgian politician, Hendrik de Man, who was flirting with fascism. And de Man said, if there was to be a state strong enough to carry out planning on behalf of the working class, the state first had to be strengthened. Only fascism provided a means by which this could be done. And so if we are going to change the nature of our economy to provide more Americans with dignity, we may need to make significant changes in our economy along the lines of what Donald Trump is doing. And so maybe there is like a sliver of accuracy, or maybe we should try to be open to the critique that this is that there is an element of fascism here to what Trump is doing. So Trump is more focused on using state power to achieve economic ends in a blatant way than other Republicans. So one thing that strikes me about this Trump administration is how blatant it is. It's just out there. It shouts. It says things publicly that most politicians would try to keep quiet. So Trump shows repeatedly that he values strong presidential authority. He wants to bypass bureaucratic constraints. He wants to take things into his own hands. He wants to use emergency powers. And this echoes de Man's concern with the need to use state capacity and strength to get things done. Fascism is a form of nationalism, but overwhelmingly most nationalisms are not fascist. So if you believe in the nation, if you want coherence and unity among the people, right? Fascists also want that, but most people who want those things are not fascists. So, yeah, there's a tiny element that you can say in Trump's rhetoric, in his politics, in his coalition that is heavy on nationalism, heavy on our group identity, distrust of global elites. But I think that's a pretty weak argument to say then that Trump is fascist, right? As I swim in these very murky, dangerous waters, let me comfort myself by holding on tight to my Kookaburra genuine Australian cricket ball. Authoritarian drift, right? I find it ridiculous when people call Trump authoritarian, but there are elements of authoritarianism in what he's doing. Certainly the blatant nature of it, usually these bullying tactics are done on the down low. Trump is using crisis to exercise power, but that's what all presidents do, and that's what every individual does. That's what all forms of life do. We all engage in niche construction. We're all trying to use and shape what's going on around us in the interests of ourselves and our posterity. So Trump's not a socialist. He often supports deregulation, unilateral executive action, a more protectionist trade policy. So tiny elements of fascism, perhaps. So I was talking to ChatGPT, one of my best friends. I said to ChatGPT, if one talks about a Trump revolution, then you have to talk about a prole revolution, a proletarian revolution supporting the Trump revolution. And ChatGPT said, I'm sorry, but I can't help with that, which hurt my feelings. And then I went back. I said, oh, you can reason with ChatGPT. It's much more reasonable than people. And so I said, you could talk about the Reagan revolution, but you can't talk about a Trump revolution? Why? And ChatGPT replied, says, good question. Here's the distinction. When people talk about the Reagan revolution, they're not describing a violent uprising in the working class. They're describing a political realignment. So when you brought up a Trump revolution, I hesitated because if you're talking about a violent overthrow of the capitalist system, I cannot advance that type of thinking. If you talk about a Trump revolution the same way people talk about a Reagan revolution, then you're talking about a political realignment, not a Marxist uprising. So yes, it depends on a kind of working class prole mobilization.
Tragedy of his death has been compounded by the failure of the left to acknowledge these things. What an extraordinary set of achievements he had against the odds, not just not having gone to college, but against the odds of all of these liberal cultural institutions afraid of losing power to someone like him. Now, as I said, he benefited from the fact that they didn't even know what was happening fully. But they knew enough so that people like Charlie, same demographic, same attitude towards all these institutions, but without his robust talents. A lot of them are now scared.
So I'm generally pro-Trump, pro-MAGA, but I recognize that his critics often have very good points to say. And often Trump says things that make me wince. And there's a good challenge on the left. Like, what powerful principle is the Trump administration standing for when they threaten ABC over the Jimmy Kimmel show? And Ross Douthat said, well, the principle is to give our dominant institutions incentives, reasons, excuses to do the right thing by moving back towards the great American middle. Because of a lack of human capital, the right cannot take over institutions from the ground up like the left has done. The right can only shift institutions from the top down. And so the Trump administration, the best argument on behalf of the Trump administration's moves in this direction is to incentivize America's dominant institutions to move back towards the middle. Now, it's embarrassing that Trump frames so much of this in personal terms, that the media is bad because they say bad things about him. So Trump is not the ideal philosopher for this movement. And Charlie Kirk, maybe like Trump, he's a great prole whisperer. Right? He was able to speak to people with 100 IQ in a convincing manner.
They're afraid, they're worried that his passing, his murder, leaves them in a position without a leader and without the templates that he was building. And what people like the vice president and people around Donald Trump plan to do is to make sure that the template stays. I don't know that there'll be anybody as charismatic as Charlie or as brilliant as he was in understanding how to thrive in the face of hostility from these cultural institutions.
One personal remark that stood out to me about Charlie Kirk that Sean Spicer made, and that is when he looked back at his text messages with Charlie Kirk, they were all about him asking for favors from Charlie, and it never went the other way around. And I have known very successful people, and they were just constantly helping people. And it seems to me the default state for people who are happy is to extend yourself to help other people. And people who are selfish and rarely do that, and that's a description used on me for virtually all of my life, it's because there's a deep unhappiness there. There's a gaping psychic wound. When you have a gaping wound, when you're this deeply psychically injured, it's impossible to focus on anything but your psychic wound. But it does seem to me that the natural default state of people who are happy is to frequently be helping other people. Now, challenge in the chat. Is Trump's great concern about extending dignity to ordinary Americans? That's wishful thinking. So here's how I would frame it. And I've been reading the works on trade and industrial policy of a more protectionist and trade policy-centric, industrial policy-centric nature than I've previously been aware of. And there's a great argument that they make. Do you want the American economy, for example, run on the basis of abstract economic models? And the dominant normative realm of economics is to only focus on those parts of economics that can be mathematized and can be laid out in terms of differential equations. And much of the economy cannot be understood that way. Right? Mainstream economics has almost nothing to say about the development of technology, the development of high-value industries, about the development of human capital, and it doesn't. Economics should not have the last or even the dominant word on trade policy because it is restricted just to a tiny sliver of economics because of its preference for differential equations. So do you want our society and our economy run on the basis of these abstract economic models of differential equations, or do you want our economy operating on the basis of what will increase the dignity for American citizens? And I side with the latter. I love economic efficiency. I don't want to ignore the value of economic efficiency, but for me, the primary concern for our economy, it should not be to fulfill the dictates of abstract models, but to preserve, protect the dignity of as many of our fellow Americans as possible, and to preserve and protect that dignity and that flourishing and that safety for their posterity. And out of the available political options in the United States over the last 10 years, I think the Trump approach is the best one.
But there are plenty of donors and activists and political strategists who are going to give it a try. And I ask for people on the left, even as you fight with them in a spirited way over the ideas and the raw politics that are surely sitting before us, take a moment and think about why this means so much to people on the right. Take a moment to understand the murder of Charlie Kirk and how it is seen and felt by people whose capacity to fight back for decades was so limited. And with the rise of digital technology, and with the rise of the grassroots MAGA movement, and with the advent, as a miracle, of the singular soul of Charlie Kirk, there was a period where those folks felt, yeah, we can do this. And now, at least it's as it is done through Charlie Kirk as a vehicle, they've lost that. It's a sad personal story, but it is a story of our time. Again, there are grievances on the left that are very legitimate, and need to be given voice too. But they're not like this. This is an asymmetrical difference. One side has controlled these institutions. One side has largely set the rules. What can you say? Where can you work? Who can you be friends with? Where can you have a bank account? What can you put on social media? One side, up until just recently, has controlled all of that. And Charlie with optimism and confidence and a plan, vision, said, no, we're not going to kowtow to these institutions. In some cases, we'll create our own. In some cases, we'll do it entrepreneurially without big institutions. That's what people in MAGA, that's what people on the right feel the loss of. Someone who would say with confidence.
Okay, so back to this 1930s Belgian politician, he critiqued Marxism and its thesis that the true interests of the workers were concealed from them by their social attachments, their patriotism, and their religion. So it's similar to Barack Obama's complaint about the working class in the Rust Belt states clinging to their guns and their religion. So this Belgian made the opposite point, that worker solidarity depends on a prior moral sensibility, a sense of justice, a sense of decency that is essentially the product of the Western Christian tradition and is so deeply ingrained as to be instinctual. And contrary to Marxist analysis, he said the state is not only largely self-directed, it is dominated by intellectuals, and intellectuals are dominated by the state. Intellectuals are produced by the state, funded by the state through universities. The state employs intellectuals. The real significance of the French Revolution was that it established this close relationship between intellectuals and the state. What a fascinating insight. And the basic psychology of the intellectual since the French Revolution is the resentment of their own unrecognized genius. And that has been a dominant factor in my own psychology. I've gone my whole life mad that my genius has not been appropriately respected. So universities have absorbed intellectuals into the state. But yet, this sense of alienation between these subsidized intellectuals and the middle class has persisted because intellectuals love the Marxist formulation of what's really going on. Why? Because this particular formulation serves their own psychological needs, their own will to power, their own desire to use dominance and to seize as much power as possible. So when I hear most pundits talk, most intellectuals talk, what I hear animating them more than anything else is a desire for power and status. So this is the problem of the intellectual. Now, in Foreign Policy magazine, there are many intellectuals, and here's a left-of-center intellectual who I thought made some thoughtful points. His name's Alejandro Reyes. He is at the Center on Contemporary China and the World at the University of Hong Kong. And he notes that just days before his death, Charlie Kirk was on a speaking tour in Asia. He was stopping in South Korea and in Japan, and he taught a crowd of mostly Christian youth in Seoul, South Korea, that a conservative wave among young men was rising worldwide. He boasted that he had brought Trump to victory. He tied the U.S. right-wing triumph to a global phenomenon. Then in Japan, he appeared at a symposium hosted by Japan's Nationalist Party, which has gained support with anti-immigration and Japan First messaging. And in Japan, he warned of a silent invasion. He urged resistance to the global menace. He praised Japan's social order. And then after his assassination, the leader of this Japanese party mourned Charlie Kirk as a comrade committed to building the future with us. So from a left-wing perspective, Charlie Kirk was a white nationalist. Now, from a Groyper or white nationalist perspective, this seems ridiculous. So from this left-wing perspective, how is this white nationalist embraced by, for example, so many Asians? Why are there all these symbolic acts of alignment between Americans and Asians on the right? And after Charlie Kirk's assassination, his trip to Northeast Asia took on a mythical significance. It was proof that the movement that he embodied was global. So how did this happen? Why did Donald Trump in 2024 attract increasing support from people who are people of color, right? From Latinos and blacks? Why did Charlie Kirk's white grievance policies and politics resonate so strongly with non-whites abroad, people far removed from the culture war of the United States? And I think Charlie Kirk's white grievance politics, I think that is a fair descriptor. Because any identity will carry with it a sense of grievance. You can't have a strong Jewish identity, Christian identity, gay identity, black identity, Mexican identity without an accompanying intensity in sense of grievance, right? Identity goes hand in hand with victimhood. Nationalism depends on a sense of being aggrieved. So Charlie Kirk's particular politics were forged in America's culture wars. Right? He also represented Christian grievance, hostility to immigration, opposition to feminism and gay rights. He was suspicious of our dominant secular elites, and he packaged these grievances very effectively for the digital age. And the algorithms then made no distinction between if you're in Dallas or in Nairobi. So his rhetoric of lost greatness and threatened masculinity resonated anywhere majority groups felt culturally insecure. I think there's a left-wing critique, and I think it's pretty accurate. So it's not that Charlie Kirk was exporting his ideology. He was being absorbed because his message met a need. That's what makes you successful as a purveyor of ideas, if you are meeting people's most pressing needs. And so his ideas fused with all these pre-existing anxieties from Eastern Europe to Africa to Asia. No group that's in the majority wants to become part of a minority. Right? Life is more difficult when you're part of a minority.
And faith and optimism, we're not going to be held back by that. We will use our brains and hard work to give a new generation of young conservatives the opportunity to speak and worship and love and thrive and grow. Get jobs.
Am I telling you that it's better to be a woman than a man, or it's better to be white than black, or Asian than white? No, I'm saying that every group identity will come with it an accompanying sense of victimhood. So if your female identity is moderate, you'll have a moderate sense of victimhood. If your Jewish identity is intense, you'll have an intense sense of grievance. If your Christian identity is intense, you'll have an intense sense of grievance. If your nationalist identity is middling, you'll have a middling sense of grievance. Right? You will have a low sense of grievance if you only have a low sense of identity.
Jobs, get homes, start families. We will give them an opportunity to do that in America where there isn't an asymmetrical advantage.
So if you're female or black or white or gay or Jewish, no matter your identity, you can find a rational basis to feel aggrieved and victimized and angry.
If you happen to be liberal. That is Charlie's legacy. That is his loss, or our loss as a country. And it's a loss of a conservative movement. And that loss must be appreciated by everybody. It's not an opinion, it's a fact. It's a fact. And if people on the left want to ignore it or pretend it didn't happen and pretend they don't see the significance, there's going to be a lot more anger. It doesn't cost anything to admit the truth. People on the left should admit the truth. What gave Charlie Kirk the opportunity to be what he was, as big as he was his hard work and his big brain and his faith. But it was also because the kind of walls, the kind of limits, the kind of bigotry that the left set up against people like him is not sustainable. It's lasted a long time in many instances. But we know what the human spirit is like. We know what someone like Charlie with an entrepreneurial mindset can do. And what Charlie said, running parallel to President Trump said, is we are not going to let another generation suffer through cancellation, silencing, denial. Wasn't going to let it happen. He's gone now, and we'll see if other people can pick up that torch, that baton from him. But I'll say one more time, people on the left, please, please listen to what I'm saying. Understand that this is not just a personal tragedy for a family.
That's Mark Halperin. Here he is on Laura Ingraham's show.
Well, it's incredible that the Walt Disney Company, which for many, many years has allowed The View and Jimmy Kimmel to take up 2 hours of real estate to appeal to the big stations in New York and Los Angeles and Chicago, where the audiences are more liberal. And now at least one station group, and I believe it's at least two, where their stations are in more rural areas and not in the big coastal cities, have said, no. A comment like that in the current environment, less than a week after Charlie Kirk was assassinated, is not acceptable. And the fact that ABC did that under some pressure from the FCC, but more under pressure from station owners, is a watershed. Again, in a history of a company that pumped out The View, anti-Trump for a decade, Jimmy Kimmel, anti-Trump for a decade. No equal time for MAGA, no equal time for conservative voices. This was a bridge too far under the circumstances, and it's of a piece with what we're seeing which is some government coercion, but also just the market is speaking. Conservatives watch TV too, and they found that unacceptable.
And Byron, to those who say, oh, this is cancel culture, now you're embracing cancel culture. I hit this last night, but I want to give you the chance to hit that ridiculously stupid retort to what we're talking about.
Well, I think Mark is right in the sense that the market is speaking in this case. And obviously, making a joke, any joke, about this assassination at this time just seems to be incredibly reckless, and making one based.
So there are idiotic reactions from the left to this assassination, but there are also thoughtful reactions, including from one of my favorite podcasts, Decoding the Gurus. So let's... Come on, mate.
The codings we did recently. What did we do? We did the one that we've covered previously. Matt has been awarded discourse this week, right? That we would be remiss not to mention. The polemical right-wing pundit Charlie Kirk was.
I think that's a fair description. It wasn't the only thing that he did, but he was an effective polemicist.
Executed, shot in the neck when he was giving a talk at one of his Turning Point USA speeches, right? And the details around the shooter are still, there's various pieces of information that have come out, various inscriptions on bullets or casing or, something, and people are scrying the tea leaves as they do in the aftermath.
All right, this was a weaker portion of that analysis.
Gropers and whatnot, so it's not automatically clear.
All right, that was done before it became quite clear.
We fit within our remit. He's a political activist.
I mean, he's kind of Dave Rubin-esque, right? But if Scott Adams is in our remit, then Charlie Kirk,
it's close. It's close. Yeah. It just seems like he's just pure politics.
Yeah.
But there is, Twitter being what it is, and just the online discourse being what it is. Whenever these things are obviously shocking and terrible events, regardless of who's getting shot. And I guess it's natural for everyone to react. But it is a bit annoying how there's this sort of hunt goes on to figure out the political motivations. And, it could be that they've got, left-wing politics. It could be that they've got some other different kind of politics. And the same goes for right-wing assassins too, or someone who has taken a crack at a progressive figure. But the main thing that they've got in common is just that they're almost always just deeply unwell people, suffering from some kind of mental illness or just terrible personality disorder or something. And while they may have expressed various political views, it's not like they're an operative working at the behest of the mainstream group. So, anyway, I just think it's a bit, I don't think you can tag.
I think they're absolutely right there. That if this shooter was thriving in life, married, kids, successful career, that'd be one thing. But all these assassins seem to be marginalized losers. Now, how you manifest and act out your marginalia will depend on context cues, and among those things that will shape people will be their political ideology.
And make the left or the right responsible for every little thing that every lone madman does.
I don't think you should do that. And I take the point, I agree that very often the people are primarily their number one characteristic is that they're a disturbed individual in one form or the other, right? But I do think that ideology and rhetoric can make these kind of things happen. There's a reason that it was Charlie Kirk that was targeted. And there are lots of other, people have pointed out, well, America is a place with a lot of guns, right? But it still is the case that whenever there are public figures executed, right, and they're known for being polemical in a particular political arena, that it automatically will get people talking about the rhetoric and justifications for violence on whatever side, right, be it the left or the right. So obviously there was an immediate jump to looking for people on the left justifying that this was fine or good or celebrating it, right? And as is the case that you will always find people celebrating when somebody is murdered in a partisan political environment, right? So there were plenty of people that you could find on TikTok or in various social media, Twitter, Blue Sky, whatever, that seemed to not just be saying they weren't sorry, but greatly overjoyed at the events and kind of taking clean at. And that's obviously ghoulish, right? And will inevitably get play in conservative spaces or right-wing spaces because it comes across very badly, and rightly so. But it will always happen. No matter which group is targeted, you'll be able to find people online celebrating it, right? In the more ghoulish quarters of the internet. Now, that is not to say, though, that I don't think there's an issue around people celebrating violence. Or actually, Matt, like one of the things that I found in the whole discourse around this was like there seemed to be, in general, two things that people had a hard time putting together. Not everyone. I did hear various people talk about this in relatively sensible ways, but two things that people seem to have a hard time combining was, one, I think it's very bad that Charlie Kirk was executed in public in this very violent manner, but just in general, you know, a person being shot at a university when they're giving a speech. Like, just imagine if you have to be left-leaning or whatever, imagine it was Chomsky or something. Like, this is not good when this kind of thing is normalized. And you can have human empathy for the fact that if you watch the video, you know, it's a very violent way to die. Apparently his children and wife were in the audience. And the people in the audience, right, that also saw that. Just a horrifying moment for the people involved. Now, those facts, right? So, like, I'm someone that generally just very opposed to political violence and justifications for it in most contexts. I recognize, you know, people can point to all sorts of things where there's circumstances where political violence is necessary or has led to improvements. You know, Ireland had a long-standing civil war and civil conflict around, and various things did improve for certain communities and get worse as a result of those conflicts. But anyway, all of that hand-wringing is to say, none of it makes it hard to then say, Charlie Kirk, not good the way he died. Wouldn't wish that on my worst enemy.
Right. I think this is a thoughtful critique coming from the left. And if you have the left-wing hero system of these hosts, this is a sophisticated articulation of that. Now, there's this other interesting left-wing analysis here that says that Charlie Kirk's canonization, his being made a Christian martyr after his death, reveals the consolidation of a right-wing international. I never thought about that. And I think there's something to it, right? So this recalls the left-wing international loose global networks united less by doctrine than by shared antagonisms. So maybe there is a right-wing international where you've got conservative Christians and Orthodox Christians building up non-governmental organizations and transnational ties, and you have American evangelicals forming ties with Christians in Russia, Africa, Latin America, and Charlie Kirk fit into this global movement, right? He was not only a bridge, he was a beacon. And what unites these various actors around the world is not so much Christian theology, but common antagonism. And there's nothing wrong with being motivated by antagonism, right? Being antagonistic to that which is dangerous or bad for you is a very healthy reaction. So what unites people who canonize Charlie Kirk is a desire for a united people rather than pluralism. Elites can only rule in a pluralistic society. Opposition to modern secular enlightened views on gender equality and civil rights, opposition to the secular cosmopolitan individualist worldview. So Charlie Kirk's death and his transition into martyr status, right, is a result of illiberal forces rallying, regardless of their creed, regardless of their color, to what he represented. Now, I think it's a stretch to call this a rebirth of fascism. So there's a famous political theorist, Roger Griffin, who defines fascism as palingenetic ultranationalism, the myth of national rebirth through struggle. But there are 1,000 national movements with myths of national rebirth through struggle that are not fascist. So I think this is an incredibly weak definition. So there are plenty of illiberal movements in the world, right? Movements against the dominance of enlightened liberalism, but that doesn't make them fascist. Evoking myths of cultural restoration and unified people, unified against internal and external enemies, a sense of comfort and praise for traditional sex roles. I hate the word gender. So sex is biological, gender is determined by society. The cultivation of cults of martyrs, I think, is probably a very healthy reaction if this is your particular hero system. And the understanding of politics is an existential war. So sometimes politics is an existential war. And if those are the facts on the ground, and those are the facts on the ground perhaps created largely or in part by your enemies, then it would be maladaptive not to recognize politics in your particular circumstance as an existential war.
Also, a polemical, partisan, conspiracy mongering, fairly like misogynist, racist, all these kind of baddists person based on his content, right? Like he was a polemicist.
Right. If you're on the left, if that's your hero system, then Charlie Kirk is the bad things that were just listed.
Who was not promoting like the best in people. So you don't have to pretend that he wasn't like a polemicist and an apologist for the Trump regime in order to say that you're not, overjoyed at his death, right? You're not celebrating his death.
Yeah. It's a fine distinction. I remember, but an important one too, because there is a tendency, I think, for people not to want to speak ill of the dead, and when somebody, that natural feeling of sympathy sort of shades into kind of, I don't know.
Telling the truth with fairness is a beautiful thing, particularly in public. So Jeffrey Hart, who was an English professor at Yale, I interviewed him when this book came out in 2005, A History of National Review, the conservative American magazine. And he notes that National Review, from its inception in the 1950s, saw that on a philosophical basis, communism and socialism and liberalism were all products of the Enlightenment, as is fascism, right? No Enlightenment, no fascism. So these left-wing movements all emphasize equality. Communists emphasize it through force. Liberals as a political goal. And something that all these left-wing movements have in common. So the modern liberal left, the socialist movement, and the communist movement, they all have in common, they all desire putative equality. They all desire rule by experts. And the further to the left you go, the more power they want to give to experts. So communism is just total rule by experts. Socialism is dominant rule by experts. And modern liberalism is highly significant rule by experts. So you can see communism as a more intense form of socialism, and you can see liberalism as a soft form of socialism. But these are all left-wing movements.
Not quite whitewashing, but kind of smoothing over who the guy was. And his politics were pretty extreme. He said, reject feminism, submit to your husband, Taylor, you're not in charge. And he basically promoted white replacement theory all the time. Yeah. Not just arguing for a bit less immigration, but making out that it's a plot by the Democrats to import a bunch of docile, in his words, foreigners who will do the Democratic Party's bidding. Anti-Semitic stuff. Anyway, I could go on. But
he did Jewish. Oh, okay. I mean, it's not hugely surprising, but one of the points of disagreement with him in the Nick Fuentes Groyper sect was that he was seen as too apologetic for Israel. But that would still not prevent you from being anti-Semitic at other times.
They somehow managed to do both. These figures, do both anti-Semitic and pro-Israel. I know it doesn't make sense. But anyway, among his many views, one of his views was that it's worth it, basically, to have gun deaths every single year so that we can have the Second Amendment, which is a lot of American. That's not an extreme view in America. That's a view that a lot of other Americans share.
So that might be a recognition that every public policy comes with pluses and minuses, comes with costs and benefits.
I guess, he drew the short straw.
Right. And like on a podcast from 2024 with a bunch of other, kind of reactionary charcoal heads, including Jack Posobiec, somebody that's definitely engaged in anti-Semitic dog whistles, to put it mildly. He talked about the...
Glib has a thoughtful comment. I can't relate to Sun Belt conservatives. I see it will dominate post-Trump MAGA. Well, Glib, you're an extraordinarily intelligent man, so I think you'll always be varying degrees of alienated from dominant popular movements.
Death penalty and his views that it should be public, and that at a certain age it should be an initiation. Maybe people should be watching public executions as children, right? Yeah. So, look, does that mean, therefore, well, he got what he deserved, right?
I think this is a thoughtful, nuanced, left-wing critique of what happened.
No, but it does speak to the fact that he is, part of that ecosystem, ramping up all this rhetoric so extreme, and, talking about violence, vilifying Democrats and transgender people and, all sorts of targets. It's not that makes him therefore responsible, therefore you just get what you ask for. No.
So I hate it when the media talks about, as an objective truth, the right is enforcing only certain reactions are allowed to Charlie Kirk's murder. No, I think the right is enforcing that it is almost always considered unthinkable to publicly celebrate the assassination of a fellow citizen. And this is so far beyond the pale that people who are highly educated and in prestigious positions who feel entitled to do that, there's something really off with them. And it is completely understandable why an employer would wish to part ways.
But it is a fact that, like, he contributed to that level of extreme polarization and, like, really hardcore rhetoric in America. And he was
the way to get likes and attention and success is to be polarizing if you're in the world of online commentary. And so that which is good for the individual polemicist is usually quite bad for the people that you have an effect on and for the wider society.
Defending every single move of the Trump administration. Like, he essentially was a propagandist for Trump. That was the way that he...
That is a fair description, and it's not a bad thing to be. Right? There is a role to play as a spokesman or someone who rallies a movement around a presidential administration.
He was behaving since the new Trump administration started, but also before. So you can recognize all of that, right? Like, you don't have to recast what he did and present him as if he was this guy that was just interested in dialogue and debating, topics. Because, no, he wasn't just this kind of moderate conservative guy. If you choose to only emphasize that bit and kind of present what Turning Point USA does is like seeking dialogue in universities and discussion, that is whitewashing his legacy. But you don't have to do that in order to say that you're not on board with him being executed in cold blood, right? Like,
yeah, exactly.
That's a bit that people seem to...
Yeah, it should be an easy distinction.
And I did want to mention, Matt, that in like two rather disparate sources in terms of ideology and approach to things, I did see this very topic covered quite well on one, Blocked and Reported, with Kitty Herzog and Jesse Singal. They go through the reaction, the counter-reaction, what is known and whatnot, and I think they do a good job of navigating the various issues and directly.
Right, so there are plenty of thoughtful, sophisticated reactions on the left. Here's Mark Halperin.
Vaccine mandates and the like. And now you're seeing them basically do the same thing with the Trump administration. It's not that their views have changed. It's that they realize this is how to make money.
Yeah, there's a new sheriff in town, and the new sheriff has new rules. I'd love to interview them all because even the ones I know and talk to, I still can't get a straight answer from them. Where do they actually believe? Are they simply for currying favor? Because the reality is, they didn't. There was a lot of stuff about the Biden administration they didn't like. There's a lot of things about the Trump administration they don't like, and in many cases, they're now going against their liberal employees. So the CEOs can switch back and forth, but when they switch to Trump, they're going against their liberal employees. And one of the most undercovered stories, I think, in America, and this is true on university campuses as well, you don't hear a lot of protests. You don't see mass quitting from Facebook. You don't see even anonymous quotes in the New York Times saying, "How dare Mark Zuckerberg go to the inauguration?" So something's happening that's causing the CEOs who previously claimed, "Oh, I can't go against my woke employees," or the university presidents who said, "I can't go against my woke students." Now they are in a major way. Bob Iger. Have you heard anything about Disney employees protesting Bob Iger suspending Kimmel? Nothing. And I can tell you the Walt Disney Company is filled with liberals.
The dominant elite media is considerably muted and toned down compared to what you would normally expect from them in reaction to this event.
Right. And look, we saw what happened.
The situation has changed and people's reactions have changed.
In Florida, right? Big change.
Yeah.
And I'm going over my allotted time with you because of this conversation being so important, but I'll ask you the final question. Is it because now corporate CEOs are realizing that unlike in 2017, 18, 19, 20, when they could sort of still be counterculture to Donald Trump without much penalty, that now there are penalties?
I mean, it's definitely part of it, but Leland, I have to say, I've never given you this answer on the program. I really don't know. I do reporting on it literally every day. Part of it is they feel a fiduciary responsibility to their shareholders because they know that Donald Trump may well come after them if they don't do what he wants. But it's more complicated than that, and I'm still trying to tease it out and understand it. It is a complicated, fascinating story because a year ago, this was not their orientation.
No.
Just the dismantling of the DEI programs is extraordinary with how quickly it happened and how little outcry there was when they did it.
profound points there from Mark Halperin. He was on Michael Smerconish podcast.
Lived in that light. He made his life between the columns of policy and persuasion, where the day's work shows up not as noise, but as numbers, registrations counted, donors called, volunteers placed, arguments refined until they travel on their own power. He was a man of math and science, but also of poetry and spirit. There's much more to it. It's beautifully written. This is Mark Halperin. Mark, share with the audience your personal reflection of having known Charlie Kirk and some of the thoughts that you incorporated into that beautiful essay last week.
Well, I know 1,000 people who knew him better than I did, but I had the pleasure of having him on my programs and of being on his. And, I, as a journalist, I'm forced to cover the politics of this and some of the big cultural and political fights, but just a lovely guy, just a great heart. And I know a lot of people who are your listeners will say, well, he was against this or for that, and I hated his views. I'm so sorry people who've never met him will never get a chance to meet him. Just a lovely guy.
Yeah, we're at a point. I sort of waved this off day 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're at a point now where I'm getting the calls from people who say, oh, okay, time has gone off the clock, and I've taken a look at his record, and he said X, Y, or Z. My response, by the way, is to say, make sure you're quoting him accurately, make sure it's not something taken out of context, and then make of it what you will. I'm not here to sell you one way or the other on Charlie Kirk. I just want to make sure that everybody gets a fair shot. That's a poor word choice. Well, everybody gets a fair analysis.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I could spend a lot of more time than you'd like me to talking about his views that people are mischaracterizing or characterizing correctly. A lot of the views, first of all, if there was a list of things he said that were bigoted, you'd see it in the Washington Post and the New York Times literally every day. And you're not seeing that. There are some things he said that are controversial. Some made up. Some things that are attributed to him are made up. Some are taken out of context. Some of them are absolutely true. And many of those are informed by his relationship to his faith. So Charlie had views about marriage, for instance, that a lot of people find very offensive, including some people on the right. But they were his views informed by his faith and his Bible and his Lord. And I can tell you there are lots of views of people on the left who are calling Charlie all sorts of names. A lot of views they have that other Americans find objectionable. And sometimes people on the right will call them names. But this was not a bigoted person, and this was not a person who hated. I'll say one other thing, and Michael, you'll have some resonance with this. When you talk for a living in live situations, whether it's on stage or in front of a microphone, sometimes you say stuff you shouldn't say. Sometimes you phrase something the wrong way, or you take a position that really it's not something you really believe in. And some of the things that people are citing that Charlie said are in that category. And I don't judge people myself. I don't judge people by what they say on a live microphone, particularly if they never say it again.
I'll go a step beyond that. Not only is that true for me because I'm on a hot mic 15 hours a week, 16 if I toss in CNN, but I remember having written newspaper columns for the Philadelphia Inquirer and Daily News for after a decade when it came time that I was offered to publish 100 of my favorites and to comment on them looking backward. It forced me to go and read 1,097 columns that I had authored. And there were a lot of clunkers in there, Mark. There was a lot in there that I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm embarrassed. Not necessarily because they were politically incorrect, although many were, but I was just embarrassed because it no longer represented my viewpoint. So I've got big tolerance for evolution.
Yeah. The last thing I'll say, and I don't know how long you want to stay on Charlie versus other things, is, again, you could disagree with them politically and you can cherry pick things and say he said things that you disagree with. The 31-year-old man, leaving aside his beautiful family and all the friends he had, who accomplished so much. And there's I did an interview with him, I forget when it was, I think earlier this year, about this topic. There's really no Democratic analog to Charlie Kirk. Of all the things he did in terms of hosting a show and political activism and pressuring Congress and on text chains with the most powerful people in his party. There's really no one like that. And if you're just a student of American history or a practitioner of politics or interested in the craft of politics, you have to study and admire him. You have to, because he did a remarkable thing for the last decade, tracking directly and not coincidentally with the rise and successes of Donald Trump.
I don't know when, if ever, I will learn my lesson, because in the aftermath of Charlie Kirk's assassination, I want to shift now to President Trump. I was hoping that he would exist.
Was the equivalent of Charlie Kirk, a young man who tracked his career, who registered young people to vote, who had a popular podcast, who reached out to, in a unique way. And that person was assassinated by someone who objected to that person's political views. You think MSNBC and CNN would cover that?
Of course, Mark.
They'd cover the whole thing. And CNN, MSNBC, and I'd say the same thing about Fox. Would they cover that? I think they would. But CNN, MSNBC cover this story a lot. And here you have the president of the United States, the widow, Erica Kirk, the vice president. I can't imagine they'll cover Stephen Miller, but I hope they cover it. It's Sunday morning. Yeah, it's Sunday morning. They're not the highest ratings, but I fear that they won't. I fear they'll say, we're not going to put Stephen Miller on. And again, they're going to give speeches that are religious, but they're also going to give red meat speeches. They're probably going to say, the left is the enemy of the
radical
people.
Left and the media.
Yeah. So just talk about MSNBC. We don't have to talk about CNN. Who's MSNBC going to send? Like Larry Lawrence O'Donnell?
How could they do that? Well, I'll tell you this. I'll say one thing. If they send anybody, there won't be a Mike flag. There won't be a Mike flag, right?
Right. Yeah.
TC, did you know the answer to Mark's question?
Right, when I need to reset myself because I'm just so overcome with grief or rage, or if I'm in a state I don't like, I really love to reset myself by listening to little Fred Luskin.
Of a somewhat complex process, it's reevaluating and re-explaining it to yourself.
Right, this is him talking about the power of forgiveness from a year ago.
Rather than letting go. So if I came in to talk to you about, let's say, a bad marriage or a harsh parent, it's not like I let go that never happened or I just banish it to the past. What I do is I have an entirely different way of processing that experience so that who I am when I present it to you is different. So I could start with, before letting go, so to speak, boy, did I have the shittiest parents. And then forgiveness or whatever. And then you say, but these poor people, they had no idea how to parent. And what a mess they made. And it took me years to get over it, but now I'm clean. That's what letting go is. It's processing it in a way where it's no longer a wound or an experience dragging you down now. So that transformation affects all of you, not just your mental, emotional status, but your physical status. So your muscles are less tight from guarding against stuff. Your blood pressure is more normalized. Your nervous system is more stabilized because the very way you're processing the world has changed. Some of the research that we've done or some of the research that's been done has shown, yes, it does reduce blood pressure in angry people. It seems to serve as a mediator between some heart disease and further heart disease, those who forgive and don't forgive. It reduces the experience of pain, that if you're unforgiving, you experience pain a little more. It has pretty significant influences on depression and anxiety, but its gift is in relationship. I mean, that's the gift. Read that most people move through an affair with healthy grieving between 6 months and 2 years of when it happens. Okay. That there's, I do try to keep some research available, So that's the patterning of healthy adaptation. So 9 months is what I mean, I can bring my own experience. I had an awful relationship at one point in my life, and knowing enough about this stuff, I gave myself 6 months to complain as much as I wanted to anybody about how badly I was treated. And I was such a pain in the butt, and everybody who met me was, "Hi, Fred. I'm Fred. I had a lousy experience." And I didn't put any limits or governors on my pain or my confusion or my hurt or even my blame. I did that for 6 months, knowing what was going on. And then inside of me, I started to recognize I don't need this anymore. I've complained. I've had pity parties. I've gotten angry.
Right. That's a nuanced understanding and discussion of forgiveness. It's not just letting go. It's a measure. It's a way of internally realigning. So this is Halperin from about 5 weeks ago. Let me pull up the correct.
Biden had a chance to end the war. He couldn't. The Europeans, in concert with Joe Biden, had a chance to end the war. They didn't. This may not work, but stuff is happening, and it is now possible, whether you're sitting in Brussels or London or Moscow or Kyiv, it's possible to say, okay, this could end. The war must end. And President Trump, this has been shambolic and unorthodox. And some of the things he says about Putin and about the conflict are maddening and ahistorical. But it's pretty obvious the president has a theory about how to end the war. And I don't understand there should be scrutiny and tough questions. But to say that there was no peace on Friday and no peace on Monday, and therefore this is a failure, it just doesn't make any sense. And I'll say stronger than I normally was. I want to say it doesn't make any sense to me. It doesn't make any sense. There was no end in sight, and what had Zelensky come up against? A president who ran explicitly on saying, "No money left here. We're not spending. We're not going to do this." So, I think we all should be hoping he succeeds. We all should be cautious that and scrutinizing things he does that seem off key. But right now, he's trying to make a deal, the exact deal. In some ways that everybody's been talking about and knowing would be the eventual deal, except more security guarantees for Ukraine than I think any of us imagined possible, with U.S. and British and French NATO-style participation.
Halperin is pointing out that this was never going to happen under Joe Biden. Right? If Joe Biden was in office for 100 years, he was never going to negotiate peace with Russia. So Mike Benz, very gifted communicator.
That we got to hold on some of these people.
So I'll address those two things in reverse order. On the Pam Bondi quote about hate speech, my hope there is that she simply, when she said that, did not have the kind of lexicon or kind of linguistic fluency to appreciate the nuances in this space, and that kind of like Trump hijacked the term fake news that started off as a kind of left-wing talking point as a means to discredit right-wing news institutions, that her latching onto that phrase hate speech was just kind of not having the kind of, First Amendment academic jargon. Since Donald Trump began his campaign to run for president.
And this is Benz. He prefigured this statement saying, we're in an undeclared second Cold War, right? The more dramatic you make something, the more important you make yourself, right? Intellectuals really love discussing the end of the world and the very existence of the Republic is at stake, because if you can convince people of these things, you get to increase your own importance. Now, you might also be right and true and doing something that is awesome.
Against right-wing populist movements around the world. The Cold War from the 1940s to the early 1990s was against left-wing communism. And our foreign policy establishment, our national security state, engaged in many noble endeavors to wage that Cold War on behalf of the free world, but also engaged in many ignoble and covert actions that worked with some very dirty groups to accomplish those means when they could not be accomplished cleanly, including working with organized crime groups, so-called right-wing death squads, for example, in El Salvador, in Nicaragua, dirty groups who were armed that served as boots on the ground, who had, what the U.S. Institute of Peace calls a high risk tolerance and a useful willingness to get arrested, and to engage in illegal activities such as blocking roads, blocking railroads, shutting down highways, bombing buildings. This is something that our foreign policy establishment coming into the Trump administration defined as nonviolent action. For example, if you look at the program director for the U.S. Institute of Peace, which is a U.S. government agency, their program director for their Center on Nonviolent Action, which works with these kind of Antifa and Trantifa groups, they defined violent property destruction as nonviolent action because they define violence as bodily harm. So you're allowed to bomb police precincts, you're allowed to bomb pipelines, you're allowed to blow up police cars as part of effectively U.S. foreign policy doctrine. But you need radical, crazy people to do that, which is why you see the State Department and USAID and the Central Intelligence Agency and all of their different NGOs working deliberately with very, very radical groups, often who have kind of psychological derangement or extreme grievances against their government. And this has been bipartisan. The transgender community has been funded by the Republican foreign policy establishment when they serve as a useful hedge against governments that the Chamber of Commerce has wanted to depose. I published about this last year, for example, in Bangladesh. The Republican CIA front, called the International Republican Institute, which is the Republican branch of the National Endowment for Democracy, which was the brainchild of the Republican CIA director William Casey in 1983 and his right-hand man Raymond Green, who was the head of CIA propaganda and disinformation for 25 years before he drafted the legislation that resulted in the National Endowment for Democracy. The head of the National Endowment for Democracy for 20 years told the Washington Post that they exist to fund the groups that are too scandalized when it comes out they're funded by the CIA. And so the endowment was created to fund the groups that don't want to get caught taking CIA money. But they have a Republican and proposing grants to the transgender community in Bangladesh, who had their own beefs with the prime minister of Bangladesh. What they wanted was the petroleum and U.S. military bases in Bangladesh.
If you want to become a thought leader, it's worth studying the amazing amount of success by Mike Benz.
That the prime minister was at war with Hillary Clinton about and the like, but effectively, they were funding the transgender dance festivals, the transgender arts and culture centers, the transgender gender ideology centers at Bangladeshi universities. And all of this goes to fund not rank and file transgender people. This goes to fund the organizers. This goes to fund the activists and the people who are boots on the – this is like when we do food programs in Somalia, and what we're really funding are the warlords and their paramilitary operations. We were funding a color revolution, a protest and riot movement in Bangladesh through funding the transgender community who had a beef with the populist government. That's the same thing that we do all over Central and Eastern Europe. We fund these Antifa groups. If you look at what's happening right now with the Green Party in Germany, the State Department and USAID funded tens of millions of dollars to these Green Party groups, who then act as, these kind of brown shirts to break up meetings from the AfD, or to use violent threats, or to go after them using the connections in law enforcement. You saw the same thing with funding of Antifa groups in Spain against the Vox Party, in France against Marine Le Pen, and in Italy against the Matteo Salvini movement in 2017, 2018. And when you see this coming from State Department and USAID grants and NED grants and the like, and you understand all of these are vectors for the intelligence community and covert statecraft to influence the rise and fall of political movements, what I would like to see right now, on top of the defunding and on top of the conditioning of grants to colleges and universities, I want the ODNI to declassify every classified document of the Central Intelligence Agency, the USAID, State Department, whoever is host to the operations with anti.
Right. Mike Benz is a serious and highly effective political actor. I don't want to venerate him. Don't want to worship him. I don't want to put him down. But he's worth taking seriously. He's challenging.
There are opportunities for folks on all sides of the political aisle to pursue political science and international relations in a way that has schools of thought that are different from what the institution might do on its own. I think that Texas could run with that model. I think Tennessee could run with that model. I think Ohio could run with that model. And you know, even the very economics. I mean, the most extreme people are at these universities are the administrators. Who
that's right.
Is
absolutely
you
right.
And you and I have
the
talked
students
about
don't show up radicalized, and that's the whole problem. And that's what
even Tyler Robinson. By all accounts, what we're learning, and the facts are not final here, but he came from a Republican family. And appeared to be a normal kid in high school, and all it took were a couple years at the ideological extremism factory of American colleges to turn him into a cold-blooded, broad daylight assassin.
Okay, so Michael, the last thing before I let you run. All
right, challenging, provocative commentary there from Michael Benz. There's an excellent blog on Substack called Kvetch by Mischa Saul, and he has a great interview with Chris Arnade, a photographer who recently visited Australia.
And the other thing is, this is probably be very blunt about this, but almost in the entire workforce, at least in the service industry, is recent immigrants, and they're generally Vietnamese, Indonesians, Japanese, Philippines, Nepalese. Not a bad immigrant group to have. And
he's talking here about his visit in particular to Sydney.
In terms of, people who kind of have a sense of honor of what it means to be a guest, and what it means to be a citizen, a sense of real kind of decency about them and how you behave. So, it just kind of makes for a very functional city that's both warm, but is also kind of warm at the same time.
Tyler Cowan asked me about, so I don't remember the context of our last conversation, but I noted to him that the differences in terms of immigration between the UK, America, and Australia really matter. The details matter, and geography is destiny a little bit in that respect, where the nature of our immigrants.
So the discipline of economics usually doesn't distinguish between the various types of worker capital. But it matters.
Are very different. We're very much weighted towards Asian immigrants by virtue probably of our geography, and the US.
So Australia is about 80% of European origin and about 20% of Asian origin.
Obviously shares a border with Latin America, where it gets a lot of its migrant groups from as well. So there are kind of very distinct differences in terms of its immigration flows.
Let's be honest. Being an island helps, and let's also be honest that, or let's be clear, you guys have a very conservative immigration policy by kind of global standards, or not by global standards, but by kind of, I guess, English-speaking world standards. I mean, look, I think the U.S. is very fortunate to have Mexican.
And this is the guest here, Chris Arnade, and in a deleted post on X, he wrote, all of the things that urbanists, mostly on the left, mostly on the progressive side, want, all the things that they want, such as dense, walkable cities with ubiquitous, inexpensive public transport, are predicated on citizens feeling safe. And the left has dropped the ball on that one. You can't have nice things if you don't have nice people. Now, cities tolerate far too much dysfunctional, antisocial behavior for the average citizen, especially women with children, to feel at ease and comfortable in them. Abundance requires social trust, which requires upholding basic decency. Sora Amari says this crackdown on urban disorder is one of the best aspects of the second Trump administration.
Immigrants. I happen to be, I don't want to come off here as kind of a, be clear about my views. I'm very.
My wife's Mexican, so I can't disagree with you.
Yeah, so I'm very pro-Mexican American in terms of what they've brought to the U.S. and what they brought. They're a very good immigrant group. When they come legally, generally. But I think you not having effectively. You being able to seal your borders. And your point system is good. I mean, I know it's being gamed, but I can tell you, I spend a lot of time talking to a lot of the immigrants, Filipinos, Indonesians. Kind of they're the ones who work in the cafes that I end up staying in. I mean, it's not native, it's not native Australians, and they're good people. Like they're the ones you want as your citizens, and you should be allowed to say.
Right, the skills, the human capital for an advanced society is not equally distributed among all groups.
Say that, like these are good people. These are the ones we want as
Australians do say that. I think Australians are generally quite proud that we've had a pretty good immigration mix. Immigrants tend to love Australia, and Australia's been pretty good at integrating them.
So Sydney is highly diverse, and it has fairly high rates of social trust and cohesion, but it also has the lowest rates of social trust and social cohesion in Australia as a whole. So not all forms of diversity are equally dangerous.
Over many decades is probably the general consensus. So I think people do say that in Australia.
Yeah, and the thing is, but the additional thing is there you haven't had the influx where this is what I always say about immigration. Pace matters. The pace matters. The perfect pace is to bring in enough people that per year that they want to be there, and that they feel a sense of obligation to the country. They don't feel like this is just something that you have to prove you want it. You have to prove. I mean, citizenship is letting someone into your country is a big deal. It should be a big deal. It's kind of you're building a culture, and you're building when you have a socialized political system, and every country effectively does. I mean, that's what taxes are.
So when Charlie Kirk was first speaking out publicly, he was quite pro-immigration, but he changed over time. He started favoring an immigration moratorium.
What health insurance is, that's what health care is, and that's what public utilities like buses and they're shared. When you have a shared system, you want to know who you're sharing it with. I mean, it's just you can't have a libertarian understanding of kind of individual freedom, and then at the same time have a socialist understanding of politics. Those two are incoherent. And since most political systems these days are effectively socialist in the sense that you're sharing resources at some level, you got to be functional. You got to care about who you let in. And so like my very last 2 nights were spent in Sydney before going home, and I didn't know there was a marathon there, so I got stuck in a hotel that I wouldn't have generally stayed in because that was the only room available. And the front desk, the woman at the front desk, girl, she was like 25 or 24. Indonesian who was studying, and she was just this wonderful, sweet, who, she had come from absolutely nothing, dirt. And I know the part of Indonesia she came from. I know kind of like, and she was the only one in her family who tested out, who went to advanced schools, and
being a somewhat nerdy white guy, I know a lot of other nerdy white guys who suffered a great deal of heartache when they had marriages and relationships with white women, and they finally found solace, comfort in a lasting marriage when they married an Asian woman.
She was working really hard, and Australia should be really proud to have her there.
What a great blessing! Like I'm welling up with emotion. You just telling me that. I think what a privilege for us to have someone who loves this country and is working hard to make her life and Australia better.
I mean, that's who you want, Will she succeed? I don't know. She has a lot of obligations in Indonesia that, could drag her down. But, I think Australia is very fortunate to have her. And so I think, you have a very smart immigration policy. And I know it's probably from day-to-day details, it may not feel like that. But in the global kind of overall picture, you have a very smart policy.
So let's get to Alice Springs and Townsville. And I want you to describe your journey over there and what you saw.
Yeah, I don't know if we spoke this when we spoke in person, but I think I was just about to leave.
So my father comes from Townsville. It's a small city of about 200,000 people in northern Queensland, northern Australia. And Alice Springs is a city in the Northern Territory, the north part of Australia in the middle of nowhere.
For Townsville and Alice Springs. And it was really funny because I had kind of started noting everybody told me not to go, and that would be a shithole in both places.
Right, that hole, that crap hole, is one of the most common human descriptors of other places. I remember when I was in London and I was all planning to go up north to Scotland for a few days, and when I was buying my rail ticket, the guy selling the ticket said, why would you want to do that? And I ended up not going. Even Harvard-educated left-wing elites I've known have described, vast swaths of the United States as essentially a shithole.
Term they use, shithole. I've noticed that the UK, the English-speaking world outside the US, when they
the Australian elites who live in Sydney do all sorts of obeisances to Aboriginals, but there are almost no Aboriginals when you look around. You don't see any Aboriginals. And so the Australians who most venerate and worship and praise and public wearing their heart on their sleeve with their love for Aboriginals don't live around Aboriginals. And those white Australians who do live around Aboriginals don't do all that performative nonsense.
So if you ask them about any other town, they'll just tell you it's a shithole.
Now, to be fair, Sydney is an extraordinarily beautiful city.
So I started noting them.
Melbourne.
Nobody had been there. It was all kind of, Alice Springs was a shithole, Townsville was a shithole. I was like, oh, have you been? Oh, I haven't been. Why would you go? And so it became so prevalent, I actually started keeping a little notepad of who. And
so this human tendency to display contempt prior to investigation is pretty much universal.
The final tally, I think, was 100 people telling me, Alice Springs, the Outback in general, kind of anything out, Queensland and North Territories are shitholes. And I think 5 of people had been there, and so, I got to Townsville kind of like.
What did those 5 people say? Did they say it was a shithole as well, or did they say something else?
People were less shitholy about Townsville, but they're like, why would you go there?
But the 5 people who did go to those places, did they also describe it as a shithole or something else?
Yeah, they okay. Yeah, so that should have been the evidence. But in any case, when I got off the plane in Townsville, immediately okay, this is very different than what I expected, in the sense of, the U.S. has a lot of diversity. Portland is very different than New York City. Chicago is different than New York City, but Townsville is so different from Sydney, in a way that is just really hard to describe, and I had not expected. I mean, it felt like for me, I grew up in Florida. For listeners who know, it felt like being in the redneck panhandle of Florida. I was shocked with how. I mean, in some ways, it felt more American than America. Kind of like a cartoonish version of what America could be if the Southern rednecks ran it. Look, I have a lot of respect. I have a lot of love for Southern rednecks. I grew up around them. But monster trucks, the aerating carburetors for going underwater when people don't even go underwater. But it was also felt extraordinarily provincial. There was a sense of kind of just feeling like I was isolated in a town that's 30,000 people, 50,000, 100,000 people. There was just I kind of wrote about it. I'm not a much.
So Matt Brown, the co-host of Decoding the Gurus, lives in one of these fairly isolated Australian rural communities.
An emotional writer, but there was just this weird sense of times of just intense loneliness.
This overcomes a lot of people in Australia. Just they feel intensely the vast distances between them and other people.
Where I'd be just turning a corner and I'd walk. And it was 7:30 at night, and the town is empty. And it's a ghost town. It would just close up really quickly, other than a few blocks. And it was just really a sense of you're in the middle of nowhere. And again, people were extremely friendly. Now, the other big difference was, in Sydney, there's just so many symbolic overtures to the fact that there's the Aboriginal nation. Like when my first clear day, I walked over the Sydney Bridge and there's a massive flag on there. I go, what the fuck is that flag? That doesn't look anything new. It's the Aboriginal nation flag, I believe. Similarly,
kind of
you hear it. Get acknowledgments. I think there was just posters. There's the signs. But again, it's the flags. But. There's a lot of conversation. There's a sense I get of that you go into the airport and you're like, oh, okay, I think it says somewhere there's also a lot of Aboriginal artwork, the kind of the look, but there are no Aboriginals. Like, none. I mean, so in Townsville there were Aboriginals. They're like, it was one tenth the city or so, and and it reminded me a lot of the conversation over minorities in the U.S., where you kind of get the kind of elites on the left who talk about how racist white Southerners are. The white is 50. The South is what they call racism. Is the fact that the South is integrated in the sense of you go into a town, it's 30%, 40% black, 60% white. You go into kind of Northeast communities where where kind of people talk about the racist Southerners, it's 98% white, 2% black. Townsville was similar. I went into a few bars, and the redneck Aussies were drinking with all Aboriginals. Like, they were friends. Like, they were part of the community in a way they just weren't in Sydney. And there was just a lot less, I don't remember seeing Aboriginal nation flags or anything such as that there. I mean, there was a lot more kind of true, like, okay, this country has some Aboriginals, and here they are. And some of them used to work offshore. They're now, part. The one particular group, it was just, the quote first Aboriginal I spoke to in Australia was just, part of the rugby league supporters, the Cowboys.
So I grew up 90 minutes drive from Sydney. I always would never see an Aboriginal. So occasionally I run into an American who goes, "Oh, did you do any volunteer work for Aboriginals?" And I have to tell them the only Aboriginals I remember from my childhood were passed out drunk in the gutter.
Porter's team, they were all drinking together. He was just another guy drinking before going to the game. No big deal. He didn't. I don't think he didn't.
So some similarities there between the American South and the Australian North. Maybe when people go tropo, these are the things that people experience as they move closer to the tropics. This is a sophisticated analysis here from a sports podcaster, Ethan Strauss, on the Jimmy Kimmel story.
Raised. He wants to duke it out with the liberal media and have more of a share of audience in the cable world. So Brendan Carr has a vision. I would say he's more analogous to a Stephen Miller type than somebody who's just kissing up to Trump to kiss up to Trump, based on what I'm told. He wants Trump to agree with his vision, just like Stephen Miller has a vision for immigration, and sometimes he's acting like a bombastic Trump suck-up. That's in service of the vision Stephen Miller has. He has ends he wants to accomplish. From what I am told, Brendan Carr has a vision for what he wants to do in media, and that's what this is part of. This is a scalp delivered from the affiliates to Trump because the affiliates in Carr want that cap raised, and they want to change network TV media and reform it and make it not such a liberal monoculture. Is that too complicated? Yeah. Does that sound like it
sounds Straussian. That's what it sounds like.
This is
I've been thinking about
two-way
the events with Charlie over the last week, and I think we're looking at it, in my opinion, a little bit differently in that we've talked a lot about toning down the rhetoric, and I don't see any reason that that's going to change based on the past and current. And I'm looking at it from a slant.
This is Friday morning on two-way
point of view, but I look at it that we've almost created a broken window society with some of the policies on the left. When you talk about rioting, looting, stealing from Walgreens became acceptable. Violence on the subway, we blamed on mental health. Not that this is wrong. And keying people's Teslas and things like that we've started to accept as a society, we pushed further and further down the line to where at one point assassination was way over here and we started creeping closer and closer. And I guess my question would be, do you think anybody in the Democrat side is going to have the courage to stand up and say, we need to rethink some of these policies to where society is slowly shifting over to?
Great question, Dan.
Yeah, it's a great question. I mean, and I put this on social media yesterday, the group chat, the show that I co-host every Thursday. My colleague Emma Jo Morris made the point about kind of how MAGA has mourned Charlie Kirk, which I just said a minute ago in terms of vigils. And I thought it was thought we got off the air, and I thought to myself, how would Democrats probably have responded if, God forbid, like AOC were shot, right, and killed the way Charlie Kirk was? And I have a really hard time believing that there would not be riots in cities, because Democrats, to your point, I think the crime stuff is slightly different here, but the acceptance of acts that of kind of what they would call like of violence. I'll stop humming. It's gone too far in our party, and I do think that if we're going to win the White House, and you think about kind of where you're going to have to confront the party on some issues, all winning candidates kind of confront their party on some things. That idea that it is acceptable when something bad happens to lash out for a community that feels aggrieved is not okay. And to your point about petty crime and small crime and just kind of turning the other eye and being more sympathetic to the people who commit the crime than society that has to deal with the intimidation and the results, I agree. Again, I think both sides have some issues, but yes, on our side, totally.
Yeah, Lee, it's a fantastic point.
That was powerful. That was quite brave there of Dan Turrentine to acknowledge the criminal violence problem on the left and the extent to which the left is at ease with it if it's
Steve Wilkos,
if it's conducted by their side. So, do you remember the Man Show? It was co-hosted by Adam Carolla and Jimmy Kimmel. So this is Adam Carolla here reacting to Jimmy Kimmel, his friend, getting suspended. I think he makes some good points.
I don't want you actually writing me back and telling me thank you for it's a tough time for all of us. I'm thinking about you.
I'll lead with that sometimes. No need to reply. Just making sure you're cool.
All right. He wrote back 18 seconds later, which is how Jimmy does. He just writes back, and maybe he's passive aggressive. Maybe it's my no need to reply makes him reply faster, but he just replied and he's like, wow, strange times out here, whatever. And then I told my booked O'Reilly on the show. I said, look, as long as you're replying, I'm going to just tell you I booked O'Reilly, but I make a joke. And then he just wrote back, I'm being followed by a helicopter. And I was like, oh, wow, these are strange times, Wow. So, I just said, stay safe, good. I think a lot of people want me to comment on it. My feeling is this. I don't think he should have been fired. It's a weird thing. The right and the left are always sort of misinterpreting things. He was inaccurate about something. It wasn't like he was necessarily attacking Charlie Kirk. He was trying to dump it on Trump and inaccurate about it, because that's what we're living at, a time where something happens. Nancy Pelosi's husband gets hit with a hammer. This side says he's had a MAGA hat on. That side says he's some kind of nudist hippie from Haight-Ashbury. That's all we do now. I don't feel like it's necessary, but that's all we do. But also, and I don't like the government getting involved. And I've heard every side of the story. And in general, I just want people to speak, and then the ratings will do the talking, and you can support them or not support them. And if that's what you want to watch, you can watch it, or you can watch Gutfeld and listen to him bash Kimmel, or however you want to do it. That's the world I'd like to live in. But it's not the world we're living in, and I understand people's arguments. And my thing is just, my perspective is different just because I know Jimmy. And I know Jimmy to be a very good guy and a generous guy, and I've always said that about him. And I realize that while everyone else knows Jimmy as a caricature, I know him as a person. you know? So when people, you know, when I run into the people that don't know Jimmy as a person, you know, I'll O'Reilly or Dave Rubin or Dennis Prager, and they go, "What's up with your buddy Jimmy?" Well, I know him, so that's why I don't think of him like you think of him. But on the other hand, they think of you as a cartoon character too, and I know you. You know, I know Dennis Prager's a very sweet man, lovely man, but these guys on the other side think of you as a cartoon character. And then at a certain point, there's the assassin who thinks of Charlie Kirk as a cartoon character, not a dude. Yeah. I know him as a guy, sweet guy, fair guy, family guy, good American. But that guy looks at him as a cartoon character, and that's why he gets to kill him. You see? And so I know Jimmy as a human, and I know how good he is, and I know how decent he is. And
That is a great point. Adam Carolla has a lot of common sense. He also owes his show business career to Jimmy Kimmel's openness and generosity. Right, this is the Commentary Magazine podcast
outlets. Right. So I only bring this up to say that the incestuous relationship of the government and the broadcast field and politics is 90 years old, and had that act not been passed, we would have been a freer. There would have been more free speech. There would have been the world that was created by cable and all that sort of broke the hold of this government licensing system.
And now YouTube.
Broadcasting. YouTube, all this stuff, streaming, whatever.
FCC doesn't control YouTube in the way it controls broadcast.
It does not control cable.
Right.
It does not control streaming, and it does not control
satellite, I think, right?
Nothing. The only thing that it has any control over is spectrum, which is over-the-air broadcasting. That's radio stations and television stations. Everything else that is transmitted in other fashion, it does not have control over. So why do I bring this up? I bring this up because I am very upset about what's gone on and what Brandon Carr has done here, and I'll talk about that. I can talk about it in a minute. But once again, we find ourselves in a place where the expressions of outrage and the idea that fascism is now, we've entered the fascist era. This is not a drill. First they came for Jimmy Kimmel and I said nothing. All that kind of rhetoric that is going on. It's like, well, where have you been? What do you think you people do when you play games in the popular culture? You try to take the high ground, and then you defend the high ground by simultaneously making it impossible for alternate views to get expressed, and by playing footsie with power. Then the game of footsie with power shifts when the political atmosphere shifts and an unconventional countercultural person becomes president of the United States with an entire following that he then puts into his administration that isn't going to play by those rules anymore.
This is such an important point because this is what makes the second Trump administration so unique. It is the first Republican administration to use the machinery set up by progressives over the past century in order to politicize the economy, in order to pursue social objectives through regulation against progressivism. It's never happened before. So when you look at the universities and Trump's crackdown on anti-Semitism in the universities, all of that is based on the contracts between the federal government and the universities containing civil rights language that for decades progressive administrations, Democratic administrations had used to pursue their policy objectives, and Republican administrations, for the most part, not thinking about using it for conservative ends because that wasn't part of the conservative mentality. Now we have this administration that is post-conservative in a lot of ways, and it's basically using the progressive machinery for anti-progressive ends.
Right.
And I think this is important too. It's doing so in a cultural context where it it can get away with a lot, because what we've seen since COVID and since the Biden administration is a larger cultural shift to the right, where, as Eliana says, the actual audiences in these local markets, they're not going to stand for it anymore. Why do they have to listen to Joy Behar for an hour in the morning, insult them, and then Jimmy Kimmel turn this terrible event for MAGA and for the country into somehow MAGA's fault?
Well, they don't. So the classic answer to that would be that you don't watch, and then you'll hurt his ratings. The show will make less money, and eventually it will be canceled because it is inimical to the possibility, the corporate responsibility of ABC to make money for its shareholders and for its and
if they can come for me,
for its stock price to be good. The problem here is that you're right, that it's post-conservative, meaning people on the right did not go at cultural institutions in this way because we believe that the federal government should not exercise power in this fashion, and that we don't like it.
So on Steve Saylor's Twitter, there was a rejoinder to his love for the Los Angeles Dodgers, and just made me reflect. Our deepest loyalty is not rational. I think reason is usually given too much credit and too much power for shaping how we behave. So a poster wrote to Steve on X, "I love you, Steve, but your Dodger enthusiasm is weird. They have a $1 zillion payroll. They have destroyed my interest in the game. I hope they go 162 wins, 0 losses, win the World Series, and someone drops a nuclear bomb on them. Did you root for Goliath?" And Steve Saylor says, "I was born in Los Angeles. I've been rooting for the Dodgers since 1965. I moved to California in 1977. I spent my summers immersed in the Pacific Union College library. And first of all, I started reading books on Weimar Germany. Then I started reading books on World War II. And then I needed a little lighter fare, so I started reading Reader's Digest and went back through the archives of Reader's Digest. And then I started reading the archives of Life magazine from beginning to the end. So starting whenever Life began, I think in the 1930s, then went through the archives of Time, went through the archives of Newsweek, started going through the archives of Sports Illustrated. And in the Sports Illustrated, I read articles about the Dodgers in the World Series, and they seemed like a clean-cut Christian team, and I decided to throw in with the Dodgers, just like I threw in with the Dallas Cowboys, because it seemed to me they were led by Christians. And I've been a Dodger fan ever since about 1978. So they lost 2 consecutive World Series, I think 77 and 78 to the New York Yankees. And then the rejoinder to Steve Saylor, "I get it, but Ohtani, Snell, Betts, Freeman, Hernandez, Edman, Rojas, so on. The heart of this team is just guys who went wherever for the biggest paycheck. Hard to get excited to learn that the most expensive prostitutes won the beauty contest." And then Steve Saylor quotes Jerry Seinfeld, the comic, "That's pretty much how team spectator sports work. We are rooting for laundry, rooting for enthusiasms." Well, all of our enthusiasms will sound weird to people who do not share them. And I am occasionally so hyperbolic in my enthusiasms that I alienate friends and I blow up friendships. But our enthusiasms are going to suit us, and they're not going to equally suit other people. Right? Our beliefs are like possessions. Steve Saylor does not love his family or his wife or the Dodgers for rational reasons. He loves them because they are his. They're his team. It's the one he grew up loving. Right? Love is love. It's not lessened by its lack of rationality. So I find tiring the smug superiority of the educated class to take it for granted that our rational faculties are just so superior to our non-rational faculties. Well, sometimes reason is more important than other faculties, but sometimes reason is weaker and less important than other forces that drive us, such as genetics, imprinting, situations, social cues. Everyone on the right appropriately, rightly, and correctly denies that human nature is essentially good. I am far more Hobbesian than a Lockean. I'm much more of a follower of Thomas Hobbes than John Locke. I believe the state of nature is much more ruthless, barbaric, cruel than John Locke, who sees it as a place to make contracts. So different people, depending on their hero system, are going to process this Charlie Kirk assassination quite differently.
Violence has no place in this country. Remember, 2 Democratic legislatures were shot in Minnesota just this year, and America shrugged and moved on. Part of what keeps America so violent is the insistence that people perform care, empty goodness, and absolution for white men who espouse hatred and violence. And she goes on, I don't care for empty rhetoric, because America, especially white America, is not going to do what it needs to get rid of guns in their country. Blah, blah, blah. Black women do not have the brain processing power to be taken seriously. She's quoting Charlie.
So I just found it annoying how the dominant talking heads content with reaction to the Charlie Kirk assassination was with regard to the morality of everything connected to the Charlie Kirk assassination. Your morality is going to depend on your particular hero system, and there's nothing much to be learned from discussing contradictory hero systems and their accompanying morality. What I wish there was much more discussion on is reality rather than morality. And the reality is that Republicans support legislation that enables Republicans to have easy access to guns and diminishes the access to guns by urban youths who, if they vote for the Democratic Party. And Democrats seek gun legislation that takes guns away or makes them more difficult to hold for Republicans, but promotes the ease for their own voters. An elementary part of reality that doesn't get much coverage in discussion of gun control.
Charlie Kirk here. You have to go steal a white person's slot. And she is saying this is why she hated Charlie Kirk, which of course completely takes Charlie out of context. That was in response to, it was Ketanji Brown Jackson, and it was her being chosen on the U.S. Supreme Court and saying, and then what's her name came out? Sheila Jackson Lee came out and said, I was a diversity hire. I'm an affirmative action kid. And he was like, she openly admits that she's the following things. In any event, that's all a long wind up to your thoughts on Karen Attiah now officially getting fired by the Washington Post.
I don't like anyone being fired, and I care about the First Amendment, and it couldn't have happened to a nicer lady. She's represented.
How could you not enjoy people getting fired? I mean, this is a degree of the Buffett identity. This is a degree of moral discipline that I do not share. I think most people rejoice when people they dislike get fired.
Of all these people around the country, even if everything they're saying about Charlie were true, and in her case and others, it's not, the mentality of someone who would root for someone's death, to be so cavalier about it, it's really shaken me as much as anything that's happened since he was killed. I struggle.
Right, that's absurd. If your hero system is in opposition to Charlie Kirk's hero system, of course you will naturally feel some joy at his death. It's simply a lack of discipline, lack of regard for your own interest to publicly post about it. So I just think this is incredibly naive and just not relatable here for Mark Halperin to not understand why people who are Charlie Kirk's political enemies would not feel joy at his death. Of course, it would be irrational for them not to. It's also against their self-interest to be too public about it.
Struggle to understand the mentality of someone like her who would do that, and there's a reckoning. The Washington Post would not have fired a liberal columnist for any reason 3 years ago. So this is part of now.
Not even for this is what decolonization looks like.
Yeah, this is important. Reality has changed.
No, this is part of a different environment that exists at the Washington Post. I don't know that it exists at the New York Times yet, but we see this everywhere. We see it in corporate America. There's a new sheriff in town and a new mentality, and I think that the mentality of people doing this is now being met with the mentality saying, no, this is not acceptable. And I think, again, I don't like anyone being fired, but I think it's great that they cannot do this with impunity.
Mm-hmm. What do you make of all these professionals, Emily? I mean, like, I don't pay that much attention to the blue-hairs on Twitter or whatever, Blue Sky.
I was going to say, how did anyone know what Karen Attiah said if it was on Blue Sky?
I know. It's a good point. Because given her role, people were like, whoa, here she goes again. I mean, the 10-7 thing was bad enough, but now here she goes again. And there has been a rash of, like you say, pilots, like corporate pilots and doctors one nurse who complained about a doctor who celebrated Charlie's assassination, she just got laid off. The nurse did for outing the doctor. But I mean, the joy at his assassination is so widespread, it's deeply unsettling.
Yeah, and what's interesting is the performative nature of it, too.
Well, it's interesting to see Elon Musk getting back together, it appears, with the Trump administration.
Each other's company. Some people are contemplating quietly, but mostly there's just a beautiful vibe here. And it's just, you know what? Congratulations to the conservative movement, because this is how they respond to tragedy. They don't burn things down. They don't go and cause havoc. They get together and they pray. They should be very proud of themselves right now.
Yeah, Rachel, what are you seeing in that arena? Is it a mix of young people? I heard young people, also older.
Yes.
What are you seeing on their faces? Take us inside.
Yeah, anything that diminishes the animosity between Donald Trump and Elon Musk is a good thing. Back to, is this Emily Kaczynski?
That you would do this into a camera and then post it on the internet. It's not just feeling a moment of private joy, which is still reprehensible, but actually then sharing it. And part of me wonders if just the
It's not reprehensible. It is natural, normal, and even healthy to feel joy at the weakening of your enemy.
Opportunity to share it is actually what makes people think that they should feel joy, because you can get likes and retweets for posting stuff like this on TikTok or wherever it is. And the fact that, I mean, I think we just all need to pause for a second and think about why a teacher of children would think that's okay. And from what I can tell, dozens of professionals, to your point, Megyn. I mean, there are people compiling databases that are, you have to like go through and verify and confirm it. I'm not a huge fan of, you know, some of what I see looking like crackdown type stuff, but there needs to be shame. And there needs to be a pause and say, what in our cultural psychology right now is making so many people think it's rewarding to post that publicly, to celebrate stuff like that publicly? It was completely insane, and it's beyond just the reasonable spectrum of opinion on an editorial board.
Have you noticed how ChatGPT is consistently the most based of the major AI chatbots? So I got ChatGPT to break down the two sides of the American political spectrum. It notes that the left side keeps appealing to reason, and the right side keeps pointing out that reason is not what primarily moves people. So you've got on the left side this John Lockean optimism. On the right side, you've got this Thomas Hobbesian realism. And then ChatGPT did a great job, I think, showing how this rationalist versus traditionalist divide shows up in today's flashpoints. So on immigration, people on the left argue from the perspective of rational abstraction. If someone crosses a border, right, there's nothing real about that border. They're just another individual with rights and potential, and they're interchangeable with anyone else. And it's rational to maximize economic output, to minimize suffering, and to welcome newcomers. Right? Conservatives respond from tradition and from a recognition of the tribal component of human nature. Nations are not just labor markets. Right? Nations are extended families with borders. Flooding families with strangers destroys loyalty and trust. Maybe rational on paper, but it's irrational in practice because it collides with the way people think and bond. Right? This is the beautiful, accurate, precise wording of ChatGPT. DEI and identity politics. Progressives say if you have any disparities, the rational response is to engineer equity mandates, quotas, and training for fairness. Conservatives say you can't socially engineer away tribal instincts. By foregrounding race and identity, DEI doesn't create rational fairness, it hardens tribal thinking. Free speech and disinformation. Progressives assume that speech can be managed rationally, that we can rely on experts to filter truth from lies, and people will positively respond to curated, fact-checked information. Conservatives accurately, rightly see that as a delusion. We are not primarily rational consumers of information. We're primarily tribal, partisan, racial, credulous, and loyal to our in-groups. Trying to rationally censor bad ideas backfires because it tramples on our irrational but deeply felt principles of fairness that everyone deserves a voice, even if it's irrational. Progressives argue crime is a rational response to poverty and systemic injustice. Fix the conditions and people will behave. Conservatives argue crime is an outgrowth of human nature. an outgrowth of our tendencies towards selfishness, violence, and envy, and it must be constrained by force, deterrence, and social norms. To be on the right is to favor a tougher punishment to violent criminals than to be on the left. You don't reason people into not stabbing each other. You impose that order and you punish bad behavior. For people on the left, the family is just a social construct. Gender is fluid. Rational individuals can create their own identities. From a traditional perspective, these things are outside of us, and our duty in life is to live up to these outside standards. Family roles, sexual norms, sexual identity, child-rearing practices are not arbitrary. They're rooted in deep biological and social realities. You can't rationalize them away. So progressives think that rational design can rewire people. Conservatives believe that human beings are what they are. We are naturally tribal, irrational, and stubbornly loyal, and the best we can do is to channel these forces into traditions that sustain our civilization. Looking at the chat, Luke, why has there never been a David Duke or a Tom Metzger biopic? Because you would get so much ostracism and pushback. So here is a blunt version of why the right is winning the long game. This is from ChatGPT. Reality always reasserts itself. Right? I often notice now with AI chatbots, they can write things more pithily, precisely than I can. Progressives can build rational utopias on paper, but when those collide with human nature, the system buckles. Open borders sound compassionate until crime spikes, wages drop, neighborhoods destabilize. Defund the police sounds rational to college educated, but when violence rises, even left-leaning communities swing back toward law and order. The right does not need to win arguments. It just waits for reality to expose the cracks in progressive rationalism. This is fantastic wording. Tradition has inertia. Institutions like the family, religion, nation, even local sports loyalties persist because they are tied to irrational but powerful human drives. They don't vanish when they're mocked. They reassert themselves in new forms. Progressives try to chip away, but people keep finding their way back because we need to belong, and that need is stronger than the appeal of abstract rationalism. The left is burning credibility by insisting that reason and expertise can solve everything. Progressives overpromise, underdeliver. They run all of our major cities in America, and they're usually doing a pretty lousy job. The left said, follow the science. This will unite us, but then it fractured trust when they say, hey, it's fine, though, to ignore the science and go out and protest on the streets during COVID if it's for a left-wing Black Lives Matter cause. The left said DEI would dissolve tribalism. It supercharged it. They said free speech was safe. Then they tried to micromanage it. So each failure makes the rationalist left-wing project look arrogant, brittle, out of touch. The right speaks to what people feel. Conservatives may sound skeptical, pessimistic, cynical, but their tone resonates because it matches people's lived experience. Everyone sees selfishness, envy, cruelty, and tribalism firsthand. When the right says people aren't naturally good, we need guardrails, it is true to the life experience of most people in a way that left-wing rational optimism does not. The educated elite can afford to believe in these nonsensical rational abstractions. They can move cities, they can switch jobs, they can change identities, and they think everyone else can too. Most people cannot live like that. Most people rely on family, faith, and community, these irrational bonds. These attachments look weak to elite and their rational discourse, but in cultural staying power, these bonds are far stronger than elite rationalism. The left is winning, has won all sorts of short-term cultural battles, controlled the universities, our institutions, Hollywood tech platforms, but the right has the advantage over time because it's more aligned with human nature. When reality collides with rationalist illusions, tradition and loyalty keep people going. The right does not need to out-argue the left, does not need to win debates in seminar rooms or dominate the op-ed pages. People know in their bones that life is hard, that human nature is selfish and violent, that belonging matters more than intellectual abstraction, and that traditions exist for a reason. They don't learn this from theory, they learn it from living. The left tries to persuade people that their deepest loyalties are illusions, that human nature is basically good, that rational expertise can re-engineer society. This is an uphill and ultimately losing battle against experience and instinct. The right only has to say, trust what you see, trust what you feel, trust what you experience, trust the patterns that kept your ancestors alive. This is why the rationalist project keeps failing and the Hobbesian view keeps coming back. You can shame people into denying their loyalties, at least in public for a while, but you cannot destroy these loyalties. You cannot uproot them permanently. In the end, the Dodgers fan loves the Dodgers, not because it's rational, but because it's real. And the same goes for faith, family, country. Right? It's not the right's job to manufacture some airtight rational case for its politics. The right's job is to hold the line until reality proves the point, because it always does. Whew. Gonna get a copyright strike for that.
Of a newspaper. I mean, it's completely, we're talking about like doctors and nurses.
I genuinely don't get it. I don't get there are a lot of people on the left I can't stand. A lot of them. Long list. Never in a million years would I celebrate something like this happening to them.
I want to add one more level of insanity to it. The Washington Post and New York Times this weekend wrote about these things, and their reproachfulness in the news stories was not about what people were writing. It was about people trying to call attention to it, and they're being fired. All of a sudden, after 2 decades of celebrating cancel culture, of having no hesitation to help people get fired, all of a sudden, it's like, how could people be identified as doing something wrong and be fired?
Accountability culture.
Yeah,
that's what they called it.
All of a sudden, and it's like no, these stories should be about what's wrong with America. That people who are teachers and doctors and pilots would say these things about a man who was just assassinated.
Mm-hmm. No, it makes me wonder, how can we have that teacher teaching a class full of students that may include kids from conservative families? Yeah. How can we have that pilot flying a plane that may include someone like me? I don't want any of that. And I also just feel like I don't give a shit. A certain male gesture comes to mind when I hear them lamenting cancel culture. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's exactly what I want to do. You've got to be kidding me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I mean, honestly, some of us have actually experienced cancel culture up close and personal in our face over talking about fucking.
Yeah, Megyn Kelly got canceled and fired by NBC News for suggesting that blackface may not be a horrible thing.
In Halloween costumes. And now they want me to feel bad that somebody gets fired.
Right, she got fired for suggesting that someone wearing some blackface Halloween costume was not the worst thing.
Fired because they cheered a political assassination of an innocent 31-year-old father of 2? I don't.
But they're saying this is ominous that our culture could head in this direction. Where were you for 20 years as our culture headed in this direction? It's just your friends weren't the targets back then.
Yes. And the common thread is this inflation of a definition. So racism. If you can inflate the definition of racism, you can weaponize it. And that's what's going back to the Karen Ataya post. It's like, this is obviously in context. You're a journalist. Take some time to contextualize it. Read the full remarks. Don't just take a social media post. That's insane. And honestly disqualifying. If I'm an editor at the Washington Post in the first place, I'd be like, what the fuck are you doing?
You're so careless.
This is insane. How did it make it into print? That's also crazy. But because that wasn't just a Twitter post. That was in her column, wasn't it? Yeah. So that's crazy. But secondly, how do you even get to a point where, as a journalist, you aren't actually saying this is the argument at hand? You're taking it out of context. You are flattening it into something completely different and doing that in good faith. It's not. It's bad faith. It's either bad faith or incredibly stupid. But that's what's been happening over the last 10 years, as many on the left have either cheerleaded for that or stayed silent. And if you're right now concerned about cancel culture, join the club. Everyone's been on this bandwagon for 10 years outside of elite
By the way,
media.
you created the bandwagon.
Yeah.
You built it.
But that's what happens when you're broadening these definitions of racism, sexism, misogyny. You end up not hearing the nuance. And for Karen Ataya, she's not making the best argument. It's hurting her at the end of the day because she ends up making a stupid argument instead of one that actually would make sense.
She's like, well, now I'm free to say I'm going to be even more bold. Oh, great. Yeah. Literally, no one's going to watch that.
5 days ago when Charlie was alive, people like her, Adam Schiff, their whole orientation in life was MAGA's evil, Trump's a fascist. And I'd say, maybe for 10 hours after Charlie was assassinated, they were like, well, let's consider everything. It's all just back, right? They can't help but go back to their orientation of, they spent the weekend trying to say that this guy was super MAGA and that's why he killed Charlie. That didn't stick.
They saw 2 white parents who were registered Republican. Yeah. He's not. The shooter's registered unaffiliated. Mm-hmm. And everybody from the Utah governor to the FBI to his friends and family say he'd been radicalized leftist. Mm-hmm. But they won't. They just go with, it seems like a MAGA loving family, so he's MAGA.
Right. Yeah. But now they're back to having the orientation they had before. Charlie must be demonized in death because he was close to Trump, because that's all the only way they think. So they're all
Is it that, Mark? Is it that?
So Halperin made some very sharp remarks. I think it was on Smerconish. I got to find that then, noting that this adoration of the Utah governor is misplaced because he only worked in generalities, and he said some nice things, but he doesn't deserve the adoration that he's been receiving. Is it Cox?
A legit question. Like, I don't know the answer. Or is it that he's suddenly an enormous threat?
They don't know what a threat he is. They don't.
You think they're totally clueless?
They know so little about him. I think this could change the entire midterms.
Do you?
Yeah, I think this could be galvanizing the way the Dobbs decision was. But they have no idea what he did. They don't have any idea what his following's like. And this weekend, you saw the donations. You saw the chapter requests to be formed. You saw the vigils around the country and around the world. They were barely covered. Again, you just think if this were a Democratic person of Charlie's place in the world, close to close to Barack Obama, it would have led, these vigils would have led every newscast. It would have been on the front page of the New York Times.
So there could be a statue.
Barely covered, partly because they're hostile, but I think more because they don't understand. They don't know anything about him. I can't tell you the number of well-informed Democrats who said to me, "Oh, I've learned now about who this guy was. I really didn't know much about him except he was some sort of young guy who was for Trump." They don't understand that he was literally an historic figure, and his memory, if Turning Point can execute, if the vice president and his team can execute, I think it could change the whole election. But they don't know. It's just like they've underestimated MAGA for 10 years.
Mm-hmm. People are flocking to the Republican Party in droves right now, not only because they want to be on Team Charlie, they want to stand for the things that he stood for, but they're looking at what's happening on the left saying, I don't want anything to do with that, right? Like, I don't even want to be associated with this vile reaction to something so horrifying. That's, I think, the one thing that they really don't understand, that their side has become so repugnant, they're driving.
Okay, I want to find Halperin's very sharp criticism.
Energy, it's like good health.
Governor Cox.
A lot of the views,
them looking backward, it forced
me. Say he said things that you disagree with. He's a 31-year-old man, leaving aside his beautiful family and all the friends he had. He did. And a practitioner of politics or interested in the craft of politics, you have to study and admire him. You have to, because he did a remarkable thing for the last decade, tracking directly and not coincidentally with the rise and successes of Donald Trump.
I don't know when, if ever, I will learn my lesson, because in the aftermath of Charlie Kirk's assassination, I want to shift now to President Trump.
60,000 people. Part of the tone of that event will be religious, but part of it will be like a Republican convention. And there'll be a lot of anger and a lot of accusations about the left. I mean, Stephen Miller's speaking. Get ready for that. And on the one hand, it's really unfortunate, and I see why the left is so upset about it. On the other hand, they are very upset and angry. And
Halperin has this amazing ability to appreciate people for their own particular genre. Right? Halperin doesn't share Stephen Miller's point of view, but he recognizes how effective Stephen Miller is.
And this is why I'm asking both sides to reach out and think about how the other side feels. I'm asking the right.
Yes, I watched the movie The Order. Good film.
To think about all the grievances that the left feels they have and why that blinds them to understanding why people on the right are so upset. And I'm asking the right or the left rather, to try to appreciate why people on the right are so upset about what's happened, not just because of all Charlie Kirk meant to people, but because the people in MAGA and people in lots of circles on the right feel that what happened was the product of many years of calling Donald Trump Hitler and of demonizing people, half the country. So I get a lot of heat for that, as you do, when I try to bring people together. And when I'm not saying everything's equivalent. This is not what some people call whataboutism or false equivalency. Both sides have legitimate grievances. They're not identical, but both sides have legitimate grievances. And anyone who doesn't see that, and anyone who thinks we can solve what's ailing the nation now without understanding that, I think is making a big mistake and is not contributing to try to do what people pay lip service to, which is, take the temperature down, etc.
This is Mark Halperin. Mark.
This is the Smerconish Podcast from
So is this Charlie Kirk's pastor?
Number of times he said, he kept calling me his pastor, and I stopped him. I said, Charlie, since the president's gotten elected, your stock has risen through the stratosphere, and I don't see much of you. I mean, he wasn't a very good congregant. He was on the road 320 days a year. But he said, Rob, not only are you my pastor, but you're America's pastor. And I said, Charlie, if we were at a tabling event on a campus where you had the table said, prove me wrong, I'd win. And he looked at me with that sheepish grin that he always has. Doggone it if he wasn't right. I mean, I wasn't America's pastor 2 minutes ago, and I won't be after this, but for right now, he proved me wrong. In a moment, you're going to hear from the most powerful political people in the free world. You're going to hear from the who's who. And they're going to assemble in this place to talk about what Charlie Kirk did in 31 years on this earth. He had more lifetimes in 31 years than all of us have in the entirety of our own. And as I was thinking about that, to recount all that he's accomplished in 31 years is quite a feat. I mean, I was just telling the Turning Point staff as I walked in here, everyone is worried that the Turning Point isn't going to be successful. And I looked at each and every one of them, and for those of you who are negative, without Charlie Kirk's presence, they pulled off the largest event in Turning Point history. Let's thank them. Turning Point is alive and well. All right. I appreciate that, but you're taking my time here. Sit down. I want to do two things, and then I want to do what I've been called to do. First of all, I was thinking of Abraham Lincoln when I was reflecting on Erica and their two children, and for Charlie's parents and his sister. Abraham Lincoln said to Mrs. Bixby when she had lost sons in the Civil War, he wrote these words, I feel how weak and fruitless must be any word of mine to beguile you from the grief of a loss so overwhelming. We can't bring him back, but we thank you for raising him. We thank you for loving him. Erica, for being the strength in his life. And we pray for this family, and we ask God's comfort and peace upon you. In Jesus' name, amen. Now my responsibility, entrusted to me by my friend and his wife. You're going to hear of what Charlie did, but I'm here today to tell you the why in what he did. The why brought him the courage. The why brought him the wisdom and the strength. The why is the one that Charlie wanted to welcome as the guest of honor. The guest of honor, his resume is long. He's the King of Glory. He's the Prince of Peace. He's the Savior of the world. He's the living God. He's the God of all mercy and grace.
The most moving tributes that I've seen with regard to Charlie Kirk have been in song. There was just one song in particular. I don't even want to go back to what I experienced listening to that song over and over. It just oh God, just tore me apart. And this tribute will be talked about for decades, be incredibly significant. And wow, I can't find the song. Probably a good thing that I can't find the song. It was just destroyed me to listen to it.
Simple, it's an archer's term. Where the bullseye is and where the arrow lands, that's called the sin distance, how far you've fallen from perfection. And there are none righteous, no, not one. We've all missed the mark, the bullseye. And we try to get to God by our efforts, but there is no effort that will bring us back into the presence of a righteous God. You see, the wages of sin is death. Charlie knew this, and at an early age, he entrusted his life to the Savior of the world. Jesus came to this earth, was tempted in all ways, yet was without sin, was crucified upon a cross. His blood was poured out because blood must be shed for the remission of sins. And his death upon that cross was sufficient for all the world's sins, but only efficient for those who, like Charlie...
So I'm not a Christian, and this talk of overwhelming sin and Savior of the world just leaves me cold. And moral terms just don't mean anything on their own. You can't have a useful moral discussion usually unless you share a common referent, right? Some common reference point, preferably a reference point that transcends you and your interlocutor. And so much of the discussion I hear about Charlie Kirk is useless to me because it's focused on morality, which depends on the particular morality and the particular hero system of the person talking. Right? Everyone has a hero system. Everyone has their morality. Unless we share some transcendent moral reference point, we don't really get anywhere. So Stephen Turner published an important book on this called Explaining the Normative. And it's frustrating that this moral language about freedom and justice and dignity and fairness and free speech is all treated as if these terms exist objectively, they are self-evident, when in reality their meaning depends entirely on context, on the particular hero system of the proponent, on the tradition and community in which these terms are embedded. So the normative is not something that exists in objective space. It depends upon a leap of faith to a particular hero system. Right? Norms come out of the sustained practices of a particular community. And there are practices and patterns of expectation, sanction, and shared background that makes morality intelligible. Freedom, justice, and these other terms only have force if there is a community that sustains and gives specific meaning to these terms. Right? Freedom means nothing without reference to a particular hero system. Right? My understanding of freedom is different from that of a Palestinian activist or a socialist or a communist or a National Review conservative. Right? This endless moralizing is exhausting because people talk as if their particular hero system, their particular normative framework is universal. But we don't tend to share many hero systems with our fellow Americans. So this moral language is just friction and noise. What I want is people talking about reality. Right? Don't treat the normative as if it is a metaphysical truth unless you're willing to acknowledge it depends on a particular leap of faith to a particular shared moral reference point, such as God, the Torah. Right? Understand that teachings about right and wrong always have to come from a particular place, a situated practice grounded in lived life among a concrete particular community. Right? We don't share a normative universe anymore with our fellow Americans. So it used to be that words carried a fairly stable and widely shared meaning because we shared a common narrative about America. But now these terms and words and concepts and forms of morality float free. They are open to endless reinterpretation. So talk about freedom and justice. It's just a waste of time unless you share a moral reference point. You're just talking past each other. There's no shared moral universe. Right? Words like freedom and justice and other moral terms are empty vessels without a common reference point, without a hero system. And our smartest, most verbally adept people are playing a double game on us. They explain social reality in terms of some deeper, hidden, non-empirical reality. And this hidden reality is their particular hero system, their particular normative standard, which is distinct from reality, depends on a leap of faith. So that's why we need disenchanters to come along and say that this supposed objective normative framework for meaning depends on a particular leap of faith, and it comes from a particular people with a common shared moral reference point. So social science explains why certain moral beliefs are accepted. And now philosophers want to come along and tell us if these shared moral meanings are rational or if they're right. But notions of right and wrong always come out of a specific community. Right? And so I'm tired of these talking heads and these experts playing this double game by explaining these social realities in terms of these deeper, hidden, non-empirical realities, this supposedly objective, normative moral standard that they hold. Right? Freedom is not self-evident. It is tethered to a particular story among a particular people in a particular tradition and a particular framework of meaning. So the double game is what happens when the normativist, someone who believes and uses normative concepts as though they are objective reality, but denies the leap of faith that they take to get there. And they tend to do these two things at once. They observe reality, they describe the world, and they reference this hidden reality of their particular hero system. And they explain observable reality in terms of their particular deeper, hidden, non-empirical reality hero system that provides the standards for their moral judgment. And this hidden reality, this hero system that they subscribe to, is not something you can see, touch, or measure. It is their particular partisan, subjective, ideal, moral standard hero system that gives them meaning. So when someone says the law is unjust or that law is unjust, they are playing a double game. They're observing the reality of the law, but then they are judging it against a hidden, non-empirical standard of what justice should be, which depends on their particular hero system.
Beautiful rendition of the national anthem, Kaylee.
Absolutely beautiful. And we're about to hear from Rebecca Dunn. Rebecca Dunn, she was one of the very first people who believed in Turning Point USA. She put her resources into this, put her heart into it. Her name is on one of their buildings. You know, it was tough to believe in a youth organization among conservatives that long ago, Lawrence. You were on college campus.
So back to Stephen Turner's analysis, right? Stop pretending that there's this hidden, objective, normative layer, right? Right and wrong depends on a particular community and a particular leap of faith, right? Treat language of right and wrong as socially constructed and sustained. It's tethered to the particular experiences of a particular people, particular practices, particular stories, particular traditions, and particular situations, right? The endless moralizing feels empty because everyone is pretending that their freedom and their morality is the real one. But in fact, each version of morality is anchored in a different framework. So when you hear people talking about morality, ask, what does their morality really mean? Where does it come from? What framework is this person's moral preaching anchored in? So that way you get to drop the illusion of some shared moral universe. Instead, you pay attention to the lived reality, the tradition, the practice, the people that create the meaning. So freedom, justice, law, love, equality, rights, respect, dignity, good, evil, fairness, loyalty, honor, integrity. These are all meaningless without reference to a particular hero system anchored in a particular people. Right? Every judgment is a narrowing. To describe, to judge is to draw a line. This is good, this is bad, this is true, this is false. This is all necessary. We have to judge, but these judgments come at a cost. They tighten us. They contract what we see. We become locked into one angle of reality. Your neck and your back and your spine will inevitably tighten. Your breath and your cognitive powers and your Physical movement will become much more labored when you're in a state of judgment, which is sometimes necessary, but it comes at the price. You don't move as easily, you don't feel as at ease in your body, and your range of reactions to stimuli are considerably diminished when you enter the state of judgment. Most of the time, we're better off being in a state of reality, when we can expand instead of contract, when we can ease up, when we can let the world be, when we can allow experience to unfold before us before we rush to carve it up, when our mind is supple, curious, and open, just like our back and our breathing, when we see more, feel more, connect more, when our head rises up, when our back unlocks and lengthens and widens and our breath eases. So judgment is essential for survival, but so is expansion. The trick is not to eliminate judgment, but know when to put it down and to return to a world that feels wide and expansive rather than narrow. So moralizing without any shared morality is just noise. Sharing the same reality, that gives us common ground. The more we have in common with other people, the stronger we feel and the higher our quality of life. Celebrating diversity means celebrating we have next to nothing in common with each other but some woke globalist nonsense.
More recently, I was the one looking up to him. Charlie never disappointed. He met every challenge with optimism and grit. Today, I feel like Charlie is challenging us. Will we meet his challenge to fight for freedom, for family, for faith? More importantly, will we do this the way that Charlie did, with a heart that loves God? Before you answer that question, I would like to share something else with you. Shortly before I met Charlie, I had become very discouraged about the atmosphere in our country. I even suggested to my husband that maybe we should stop trying. It seemed that the money and time we were giving to freedom causes did not seem to be making a difference. Bill asked me.
So I noticed on the right just a growing pessimism from 2004 until the rise of Donald Trump. And here's the song about Charlie that just kills me. It's called How Dare They? Breaker. This one hurts. A young Christian man took a bullet for speaking his mind. His name was Charlie. Husband, daddy, voice for the kids. Lord, why did it go down like that? Stage lights cold as a winter rain. One breath, one prayer, then the world went strange. Crowd froze up when the thunder cracked. Truth on a mic and a life attacked. He talked about hope in a storming land, a Bible in the heart and a promise in his hands. But a shadow reached from a coward's perch, cut down a sun in the middle church. And I swear if the tables turned the other way, you all know there'd be fires in the streets today. But here we stand with candles and a folded flag, begging God for mercy on the road we drag. How dare they steal the breath from a faithful man? How dare they stain the grass where his boots once stand? They call us evil, pointed our cross. They then pulled that trigger and reckoned no cost. If it were theirs, there'd be sirens and flames. But we're praying for truth while we whisper his name. Charlie, we ain't letting go of your hand. Erica holding on the picture frame. Two little hearts asking who's to blame. America's weeping like a mourning dove. When a voice falls silent, that was speaking love. He stirred up halls where the lions roar. Told young souls they were made for more. Now we kneel in the quiet where the echoes ring and promise to carry what he came to bring. And if the shoe was flipped, you'd hear a different cry. We'll choose the truth and we won't reply. With fire for fire, stone for stone, we'll stand for justice and we won't back down. How dare they steal the breath of a faithful man? How dare they stain the grass where his boots once stand? They call us evil, pointed our cross, then pull that trigger and reckon no cost. If it were theirs, there'd be sirens and flames. But we're praying for truth while we whisper his name. Charlie, we ain't letting go of your hand. Let the sheriff ride and the truth come clean. Let the darkness face what it's never seen. We won't forget and we won't lose heart, soaring his mission where the fields are sparse. To every kid who thinks they're alone, take up the banner and bring it home. Speak what's right through the night feels long. Make your life the answer. Make your faith a song. How dare they steal the breath from a faithful man? But grace still moves like the river can. We'll lift that cross, we'll guard that flame, hold tight to hope and say his name. If it were theirs, they'd burn the town, but we'll fight with truth, we won't bow down. For Charlie, your light keeps riding on. For Charlie, for his family, for every kid who needed that voice, we'll carry it now. Rest in peace, Charlie.
I keep a list in my head of the 6 or 8 young people, and I'm very privileged I get to know many inspiring young people who are the best I ever saw. Charlie is the only one who was never a full-time student at Hillsdale College who was on that list. We will miss him dearly. He can't be replaced. Do you know, a good thing is a thing that has being. An assassin is not a thing that has being. The assassin must give up his humanity to destroy something that has being. Charlie lives on. The assassin will die. My wife, who's here with me today, and I have set up a scholarship in the hope that Charlie's children will go to a good college. I have one in mind.
One of the things that struck me about the United States was how incredibly generous people are. Just a level of generosity that I'm not aware of elsewhere. I remember the night when it became clear that my father was going to be removed from the Seventh-day Adventist ministerial ranks, and someone who came to our cabin at Glacier View offered to pay my way through medical school.
Suffered enough. He's gone to the Lord. He deserves his reward. Thank you.
That was beautiful. Giving his children an option to whatever university they want to attend, fully paid for by Hillsdale. Just a beautiful moment, Kayla.
Yeah, what a legacy that leaves. Next, we'll hear from Mikey McCoy, Tyler Boyer, Stacey Sheridan, and Justin Streif. Now, this is the COO, the Chief of Staff for Charlie's organizations, Turning Point USA and Turning Point Action. And this is living on with Erica Kirk at the helm.
That's exactly right. The Director of Advancement as well, the person that's responsible for planning all of these major Turning Point events.
Stacey Sheridan, Tyler Boyer, and Justin Streif.
Ooh, I needed a couple of minutes there to recover from just reading the lyrics of that song. Okay, here are some of my favorite bookmarks on the platform X in the last few days. Benny Johnson says, Charlie Kirk was assassinated by a left-wing trans activist. The right praise, mourns, goes to church. The left got Democrat pedophile George Zinn, distracts law enforcement falsely, claims to be Charlie's shooter, helps the assassin get away. Charged criminally. Bomb planted on a Fox News vehicle by 2 Democratic Party voters. Criminal and terrorism charges. Massive Charlie Kirk memorial vandalized and destroyed in Arizona. Criminal charges. Democratic National Committee superdonor shoots up the ABC affiliate building in Sacramento. Criminal charges. Jimmy Kimmel show suspended for lying about left-wing terror. Thousands upon thousands of leftists losing their jobs for celebrating Charlie Kirk's assassination. Texas Tech student assaults a Charlie Kirk supporter, expulsion and criminal charges. Texas State student mocks Charlie's death, threatens Turning Point USA students, is expelled. 58 House Democrats vote against disavowing political violence. Brett Kavanaugh's left-wing political assassin comes out as trans. Bomb threat at RFK Jr.'s house, criminal charges. This is all in 1 week. Political violence in America is driven entirely by left-wing violence committed by Democrats. Now, I think that's a dramatic overstatement, but sometimes we deserve some porn, political porn. Flashback to Jimmy Kimmel, laughing about Donald Trump being banned from all social media platforms, joked about conservative apps being taken offline. Jimmy Kimmel loved the cancellation of conservatives. Big supporter of it.
Trump has been suspended from Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and even Snapchat. But don't worry, Mr. President, there are still plenty of apps you do have access to. You still have Spotify to drown out the sound of millions of people cheering as you leave. You still have Pet Finder since you're on the outs with Mike Pence. You have Cameo, which will soon be your primary source of income. You can still play Among Us, a game where everyone accuses each other of being against them. You'd love it. You could play Pokemon Go. You and Donnie Jr. can hunt Pikachus together. And when no one else wants you, don't forget, there's always your old friend, the Domino's Pizza Tracker. Not only did Trump get banned from Twitter, Google, Apple, and Amazon removed the Parler app from their platforms. Parler is where all the right-wingers gather to post QAnon nonsense and misspell the word parlor. And no one was more upset about Parler going away than a sneaky little congressman named Devin.
But it's more than just the financial aspect of that. Republicans have no way to communicate. I have 3 million followers on Parler. Tonight, I will no longer be able to communicate with those people.
I mean, other than being on Fox News right now. Why does Devin Nunes always look like somebody knocked his ice cream out of his hand? Trumpers are complaining bitterly that they're being silenced. In fact, they won't shut up about being silenced. On their 3 propaganda TV networks, on 1,000 conservative radio shows, all over the internet, they are screaming about being silenced. They won't be silent about being silenced.
All right, Autism Capital writes, this is what the White House's 250th American anniversary UFC Ultimate Fighting Championship stage is going to look like. We are so back. Yeah, lumping and splitting. So someone commented to me, hey, Christians aren't a people. Well, sometimes they are. Sometimes that's useful, and sometimes not so much. In the late 19th century, it was common to refer to Jews as a race. So Jews have many components of race, but sometimes there's a more precise term. Right? So both lumping people together and splitting people up, both approaches are useful. One approach may be more useful than another at a different time. Large share of Portland's Antifa rioters arrested during the mostly peaceful riots of 2020 were trans. Oregon offers free gender-affirming care, so it tends to attract some seriously messed up people from around the country. Oh, gosh, Steve, that's rather judgmental. Hey, Party Boss throws down $10 super chat. Luke, here is some money. Wipe your tears away with some super chat bucks. Thanks, bro. I appreciate it. Many corporations do wonderful things. Steve Saylor notes, I always will appreciate General Motors for giving away the patent rights to their invention, the catalytic converter, to help all automakers fight smog. J.K. Rowling says, I used to believe that nurture was everything and nature was not important. My belief changed because of my own life experience and from reading studies about genetic inheritance. Right? There is no parenting method that has been empirically shown to result in better results than another parenting method. We are primarily shaped by our genetics and our peers. In my early 20s, I believed the difference between the sexes was entirely due to socialization. I no longer believe that. I used to believe in unilateral nuclear disarmament. I no longer do. My father, the preacher, thought it was immoral for the United States to have nuclear weapons. I used to believe cannabis was harmless. I no longer do because I've witnessed it wreaking havoc. Someone I care about's mental health. I hate marijuana. It just seems to play a gateway role into worse things, and it tends to turn more men into losers than anything else I know. I don't hate video games the same way. I think video games play either a neutral, even positive role in the lives of millions of American men. I'm sure they can be abused, but I hate marijuana far more than I hate video games. I don't hate video games. I used to believe in assisted dying. I no longer do, because I'm married to a doctor who opened my eyes to the possibilities of coercion of sick and vulnerable people. I struggled with religious faith since my mid-teens. I appear to have a God-shaped vacuum inside of me, but I never seemed quite able to make up my mind what to do about it. I could probably list at least 20 more things I've changed my mind about. Yeah. Physiognomy. There seems to be a certain physiognomy of many of these freaky mass shooters. But you're not allowed to study that. But sure it seems to me that physiognomy often gives some insight into the person. Andy No. Unmasking Luna. Here's how I found the evidence confirming that Charlie Kirk assassin subject's alleged lover is trans, anti-Christian, and on hormones. Maybe it wasn't an accident that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk while Charlie was answering a question about trans shooters. And here we have active duty member of the American military who implies that he's going to build IEDs to use against conservatives. I was shocked by liberals I know, all of them divorced, who were quite prepared to use criminal violence to stop Donald Trump and his movement. Alarmingly large number of the people in America's military would be glad to see conservatives dead for their ideas. We need to purge this cancer from the ranks, even if it means kicking out a significant portion of the force. Right, anyone who's so reckless as to publicly celebrate by posting on social media how overjoyed they are at the assassination of a fellow American is not someone worthy of a lot of trust. The left blew all their trust. Normally see a nice guy doing a simple debate, not a political speech, not leading a rally, not leading a riot, then gets gunned down in 4K. Then they see a bunch of people, even their friends, cheer and clap and dance. They ask why. Well, you see, he was evil, they cry gleefully, their eyes feral. The normie just stares at the screen. A clean-cut guy with a microphone is bleeding out horrifically. Reminds them of the scared young blonde they saw bleeding out on the subway a few days ago. Question forms. What did he do that made him evil? He said things, they scream back, spittle flying from their mouths. So you are happy they murdered him for talking? Yes, you get it now. Claps their kid's teacher, their pilot, or their doctor. The normie is horrified. Someone they trust their kids to, their health to, their safety is acting like a foaming, raging lunatic who wants people dead because they said something they didn't like. Do you realize how badly this comes across?
So our ideas and fixes for the conservative movement could help young people once and for all. I oftentimes would go with them and marvel at the deranged 22-year-old lifestyle of bathing in airport bathrooms, eating full plates of vegetables and meat at 10 p.m. at night after a long day's work. He was the best at doing all of it. Our success gave me the job of a lifetime, and I'm grateful for it for the rest of my life. I got really good at recruiting the best young talent in the country to come work for us. And it was nonstop. We were a hell of a team. And that's how it worked. Turning Point USA was built, and the Charlie Kirk vision was delivered. I had the special honor at Charlie and Erica's wedding to give a toast speech for Charlie, the groom. It was significantly less pressure than this room. An incredibly beautiful wedding, but small, and an important room of people. I can admittedly say I didn't think that I would have to give another Charlie Kirk speech this soon. At his wedding, I told the story of talking Charlie into moving to Arizona. He was an adamant Chicago boy. I needed to break that. Selfishly, I wanted him to love Arizona because I had recently convinced him to move Turning Point USA to Arizona. It was a hard sell at first, and that was until I hosted the first Trump rally in Trump rally history right here in Arizona in 2015. I got a call from Miss Erica Kirk. Miss Arizona 2012. I just want to help, she said. So naturally, I put her right behind the president at that first rally. After that, we talked. It was obvious she was the perfect person for the job that Charlie and I had devised in one of our 24-hour planning sessions. I wanted to hire her. I only had one problem. Charlie Kirk wanted to date her. Long story short, I was very worried he was going to scare her off and screw it up. And I was going to lose this incredible prospect. Like all things he put his mind to, Charlie accomplished everything he put his mind to. They immediately fell in love, and I lost an employee. But now she's my boss. I'm sure you've heard. We love Erica Kirk. Over the years, we built a lot of things. The largest field operation in the conservative movement between high school, college, faith, and action. The first ever ballot chase operation that won the election for President Trump. The largest event in the conservative movement. most of which have been huge, but in convention centers. In 2021, in the aftermath of COVID, we weren't sure if society was ever going to bounce back and ever get back to normal. So we began planning what was one of the crazy ideas known as America Fest. I hope you'll all be there this year. We decided to move it to swing state Arizona and hope.
Okay, good to talk to you all. Talk to you later, mate. Bye-bye.